Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Skirk, how you doing? Thank you for the 30 bits. Hey, Blex, hey, Kitty. Good to see you. Hey, Zoku. Hey, on Empty Box. Update day, hopefully there's more to do than just farming big encore. Yes, agreed. Agreed. So, okay. I was playing around with Rafa, right? And I was using the hard point. But I have discovered an issue with the hard point on Rafa. This gun does not like handling bonuses. At all. My god, it's nighttime. You can barely see. So the bullet pattern's getting wider and wider. Now I just can't hit anything with it. Stay back! Stay back, demon! Yeah, now it's just unusable. Amazing. Thank you, Gearbox. The fuck is happening to it? So, the way this gun works is it goes out, and then it comes in. But because it's affected by projectile speed, it goes out further and further the more handling you have. And it takes longer to come back in. And it goes for further before it comes back in. So it just becomes awful to use. Which is annoying, because Rafa is the character who would get the most out of this gun. Only he cannot use this gun. Yo, Anima, thank you for the 79 months. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. An objectively worse and less special Devil's Foursome? Yeah, basically. Now, because of the sticky mult, the sticky bug currently, it's got 5 projectiles, so it's not actually terrible at bossing. It's not great. It's kind of decent at bossing if the boss is big enough. But yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. Gonna get patched today? We are. Big patch. Supposedly photo mode. Hey Radio, how you doing? Thank you for the 3 months. How long will the patch be delayed? 28th of next month. Patch got delayed? No. I'm making a joke. More Axe Boss for Amon? They're in a pretty good spot right now. A little bit more and we're winning. Yeah, balance changes today, not content. Hi Crystal, how you doing? I'm alright, thank you. Level cap increase. Be crazy if they did that. What type of changes we're getting? Gun or also character? I think character is a focus, yeah. So we'll probably be playing some Blue Tree Harlow today. That is one that they specifically mentioned. Oh yeah, drop rate buffs as well. To UVH mode specifically. Photo mode? They did aggressively tease photo mode in response to my tweet, so we should be getting photo mode today. Unless they're just like rude. Very, very soon. Pearls? No. Pearls are with the paid content, so we won't be seeing that for a little bit because, you know, they'd announce that. They wouldn't just drop a paid DLC without any kind of fanfare, trailers or anything. Wouldn't make any sense for them to do. Yeah, they're making the bod 3 times more common. Potentially more, actually. Why does the bod get special treatment, but guns like Golden Rush just get like fucked within hours? Capstone buffs. Capstone buffs absolutely needed. Is the backlash from nothing is that? I think they are scared from Borderlands 3, but like... Thing is the nerfs that they did in Borderlands 3, none of them really destroyed the game. Like, the worst nerfs that they did were like Gold Rush, Crossroad. I don't really think of anything else that like really died. Then make other drops more common. Best I can do is make the bod drop 3 times more. Grenade nerf in early BL3 killed the whole playstyle? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You just had to use a different grenade for a little bit. And even then, we rediscovered Hex. And Hex is still one of the best grenades in the game. It changed your current loadout for grenade spam modes, but it didn't kill grenade spam modes. You just had to do a few changes, and then it worked again. I would like to see a buff to auto weapons to make them charge faster. Antrax, how you doing? Hello, hello. Farm for ages, or a good or a decent roll? Well, it's well documented that the bod has got 3 bugs around it currently. So if you spend hours farming for bugs instead of just on merit good stuff, you have to be like ready for that. That's on you. If you spend ages setting up an exploit and then they fix it, it's like, well, yeah, that was always going to happen. What stocks got going up today? You're going Roach? Oh no. I'm in for bod stocks. Because I don't think they're nerfing it today. But they are making it more common to drop, so... What the fuck? What hit me there? Going Kaleidosplode? Nah. Do you really need more skill points? Absolutely not, but... I mean, some builds do. Especially the non-gun ones, they need more. Because of the placement on a lot of, like, important skills. Mortal Terror is so deep in green that to work around some stuff in the red and blue tree, you just don't have the skill points. Amon's got the same thing going with Raging Inferno. More skill points right now would be a benefit, but not too much more. Like 10, 15 tops. That's the biggest change. It's not out yet. 15 minutes. Patience, young one. How's the future see? What's changed? I can't wait 15 minutes. New patch notes today in 15 minutes. Oh, 14 now. Will the capstones get a buff? Capstones across the board need a buff. Like, what are the good capstones? What are the genuinely good capstones in this game? Group Study, Demon Core, Vibe Check. Maybe Rafa's reds. None of them are changing though. Like, shotguns are fine for Mixologist, but Mixologist doesn't really seem intentional. Beam teams are okay, but rarely worth actually going for. Rockets kind of suck. I mean, they're good in leveling. They're great in leveling. None of them are really, like, it's a capstone, but none of them are really worth going after. No, I'm alright, Jack. Thank you, though. Misremembering? Misremembering? It's not... It's noon Eastern. It's not noon Eastern yet. Augments need a buff? Augments on the whole are a bit better than capstones. Like, there are some really good augments in this game. Like, between Instinto, Fort Battle System, and Bullet Buddha Deluxe, Rafa's good. These two probably need a little bit of help. I can't speak on these. Well, Macca's, it's not going to have any content, so you need to temper expectations there. This update's not going to have content, which is what game needs. But it's not going to have content. And rapid fire. We're shaking the hammer because your phone wasn't working this morning. Oh dear. You're wrapped up. Thank you for the 68 months. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Change 11, 10 minutes. Noon Eastern. Noon Eastern. We will be reading the patch notes while they download. And don't worry, we'll be able to read them all because my download speed sucks. From content like badly. Yeah, we all do, but you know, you need to know. Like, don't be disappointed at updates that aren't going to be having them. Like, we know that today's not going to have content, so. Good call on the restock. Tier 6 Vex skills made 3% more interesting. Whoa. Like, how do we get, like, a whole row of tier 6 skills? One of them is Blood is Power, and the rest are... well, bad. Why is my thing off the screen? Why is the objective, like, off the screen? To the left. Can I bounce it in? Oh. Alright, relax, Claptrap. Will be big on-call this week. Horus. Patch note 10 minute? Yep. Bramble song, please? That's a good shout. I wouldn't mind some Bramble. Although I already have... Boomslang's easy to get a good roll on. I've had Convergence in a vendor, so... I don't need it to go that far, but I'd like the shinies. Origo again. Hopefully RJ. Oh, okay. No, thanks. Yeah. Question. Why are you telling me this? Balloon Reaper's finally released. None of the spawn points in this fucking map work. Terrible. Literally, I think there's 2 that work and the rest just don't. You got the grit to back it up. Okay, Clover, what the heck? Yep. It was Tim the Invincible. I'm really glad that the buff bar is big enough to hold all of my character's buffs. And I don't just have 6 more off screen that I can't see. No, that's the skill 6 being active. Yeah, the tree is this. It's generic. Blue-red. Big Encore should be random for everybody. I can see that. I mean, I'd like everybody to just be able to have it, like, every big encore. I'd like, instead of it being weekly, just every single boss be big encore, and the weekly be either heavily discounted or free. Because if everything is big encore, you're not exactly going to be rolling in Iridium, are you? You're going to be skinned. So it doesn't break the Iridium, it doesn't break the economy at all. and then when it's got a freebie week, it's like everyone piles on it. It's still got the weekly excitement. No, it's out already. It won't be for me. It's always delayed on my end. Never fucking mind. Notes are out. Right, okie dokie. Notes. Welcome, Vault Hunters. Today's major update includes an addition of Photo Mode, a rework of 0 Point, and Ultimate Vault Hunter mode levels now increase dedicated loot drop levels. This comes alongside a variety of improvements. Please restart your game to make sure it works. Hooray! Photo Mode! Photo Mode is now available to all Borderlands 4 players, so you can capture mayhem-fueled moments or serene shots of Cairo's scenic beauty to share with your fellow Vault Hunters. Hooray! Just the position of the camera, multiple tabs, range of settings, yada yada yada. Field view, okay. Change the time of day or toggle visibility of players, summons, NPCs, enemies, or even damage numbers to clear the frame. Hopefully that setting actually works this time. No mention of poses for the characters. That is a shame. Hopefully that can come in the future. Progression and rewards. Patrol order troops now progresses when killing enemies. Were these issues? Ah, well these are fixed. Supposedly. Couple of fixes to Vault Card challenges, couple of fixes to challenges. Ah, here we go. Forsaken Chaos and Midnight Defiance have been removed from Collector Phosphine Challenge. Good. More fixes. Dress reported issues where critical hit damage sometimes wasn't being applied to critical hits. Oh no, they've changed crits again. What have they broken? Let's see if this finally fixes critical hits or if it'll just cause more problems. God damn it, no. No, we need... This is good. But... Is it though? Yes. Because remember, before, Harlow got gear crit bonuses, but like nobody else did, right? Harlow does not need leg ups and helps over the other characters. This just lets the other characters actually benefit. What's broken about them? So if you have critical hit damage on pieces of gear, like Deadeye, class mod passives, enhancement passives, the gun itself, and then you got a crit through critical hit chance, like Target Prescience, Catastrophe, Brain Dump, you would not get the critical hit damage. Now you should. Hopefully. Maybe. I don't... It's quite vague, this. It's quite vague, so who knows what it means. Which crits did they test? Do they know? Who knows? Specializations. Action skill cooldown rate has been adjusted 0.5, and a multiplicative action skill damage bonus has been added. A multiplicative action skill Oh no! They've added spicy action skill damage. Well, let's see where this goes. Runner is okay, so they're just returning to Borderlands 3. They've decided that soup isn't working. I mean, I think the soup system could work. They just needed to make more things that weren't soup. But okay, we're returning to Borderlands 3. Fine. Let's see how it goes. I'm just going to quickly hide this. Apologies. And I'm just going to get my game actually updating. So I'll be at 1 moment. Steam. You're trying to quietly sad giggle at work. Force of Nature now does 50 quadrillion damage. This is a huge buff for Force of Nature because that'll be like a fresh mult that also double triple dips. That'll be scary. Borderlands 4 update queued. $2 GB, yeah, okay. Right, we're making several changes to 0 points as another step forward to making the skill tree feel more satisfying and better balanced relative to the other trees. Because we're changing the fundamental behavior of 0 point to include the old inertia augment behavior in the base skill. We want to see how these changes balance out before doing more work in the rest of the tree. Fuck! Okay, that's a good change. And taking it slow is smart. But back. We've got our we have our eye on a few other passives that may be candidates for some buffs. Is it action skill cooldown stuff? I bet it is. But between the recent passive buffs, the action skill cooldown buffs that didn't do anything, that were implemented several weeks ago, combined with today's changes, we'll revisit those in the future once we get adequate feedback on the current changes. Okay. Long term, we want to ensure that each Vault Hunter has plenty of build diversity, with each action skill having its own pros and cons. If and when we see one falling behind, we'll continue to explore changes like today's. Zero's point now includes inertia. Killing an enemy in stasis now resets the duration, searches for a new target, and makes the duration decrease faster. That's fine for mobbing. Inertia augment has changed to increase the slam damage. Whenever we slam an enemy, we create mini unstable energy pocket projectiles that randomly deal cryo or radiation damage. Additionally, she also gains increased status effect and status chance. This affects stacks. Alright. Amon the Forge Knight. Amon now consistently deals bonus cryo damage when equipping Cryonic Thrum in multiplayer. Prevented unintended increases in the number of segments in the Vault Hunter armor bar when Amon activates his action skill. No idea what that means. Dragon's Breath now properly applies to Ripper heavy weapons with beams. If you were having issues with Ripper beam heavy weapons and Dragon's Breath, there you go. That's been fixed. All one person out there who has noticed that was bugged. Well done. And Firewall now blocks Moon Madden Callous projectile attacks. Okay, that's good. Vex. Address the cooldown. That you said that was intended! Maybe after we called them out on how ridiculous they were for saying that was intended. Good. Fixed. Ica no longer shit. For what it's worth, if you didn't know, the skill was bugged, and they said that the bugged behavior was intended. Apparently not. Or they're just, recognizing that the skill sucked. Phase Pocket passive no longer resets the Taser underbarrel magazine when using Blood Off Enhancement. What? That was a thing? Alright. Healing numbers now present correctly when Spectres are using Legendary Ripper Sniper Rifle Tank Buster. It was all a dream. Am I still in the dream? The statements were glitched and didn't display correctly in the console. I see. Living the dream. Addressed Incarnate's action skill behavior so that it continues to work while using the Vibe Check capstone with the legendary class mod Technomancer. Wait, that was a Technomancer only bug? I thought that just happened. Either way, I'm glad, because if this is the bug that I'm thinking it is, that was a very annoying bug. So I'm glad that they fixed this. This is a good change. Oh, no Rafa? No Rafa. Okay. Oh no. Falling into the fog will now consistently kill players instead of having them fall out of the map. Alright. The purple rift will now only appear after the boss is defeated. That was a thing. Address an instance of Bloom Reaper keeping the invincible health bar in the second phase. Ooh, that might fix a thing that we've been doing. Address an exploit that would allow UVHM time travel rewards to be obtained while not in UVHM. That's fine. Address an issue that would cause the chest of platinum rewards to be empty. Good. Hopefully that extends to all the chests. Never been killed by the always felt the map. Oh, that's so weird. I've never had that happen. I've always just been killed. Discharging heavy weapons now Discharging heavy weapons will now damage Bloom Reaper's crystals. Ah, disc jockey. World events increase the spawn rate of world bosses. Oh. Rewards will now reliably spawn when completing the Airship or Gordello world event. Good, that was an issue. Minister Screw is no longer able to be frozen. Is that because he's a normal enemy scaled up? Toy pinheads are now affected by singularity grenades. No, it didn't, Moveface. Idolater Soul now takes damage from elemental hazards created by skills while bioarmor is broken. Who's using hazards versus Soul? Who is it? Show yourself. Lower the amount of badass enemies spawning in that one spot. Why? Ensure the boss fights consistently reset when all players have died. Fine. Restored the ability to interact with fortresses if travel was cancelled. Okay, cool. UVH levels now increase dedicated loot drop levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of dedicated loot dropping. Change the respawn station outside of the Umbral Factory to a fast travel station to allow easier travel to the entrance. Umbral Foundry. I'm trying to remember where that is. Okay, cool. Prevented loot items from dropping into unintended areas after defeating the Oppressor. Or killing all enemies in Sight Source Glitch. Okay, that's good. More arenas need this. Oh, Umbral Foundry. Is that where Willem is? Thank fuck. What do you mean, thank fuck? That was fun. Just having a ton of badasses. Lictor? They trickle so slowly, but okay, speed them up instead of removing them. Guns blazing. RJ will now consistently engage in combat against enemies. Okay, cool. Some minor fixes. Guns enhancement. Adjusted the underdog enhancement to only apply to Vladof underbarrel weapons as intended. Aww. Oh, okay, well it applies to Wombo combo now. Okay, give and they take. So before, Underdog was applying to things like Bipod and Daedalus Ammo Swap and Maliwan Element Switch. No. Tedior! Chuck now throws properly when the player has over 120% gun reload speed. Nice. Maliwan Oh My God will no longer consume energy shield when overshield is active. Did it before? I don't think it did. Only active status effects will spread when killing an enemy with a Maliwan licensed part with Maliwan enhancement and Transfuser core. Ooh, does that kill Transfuser? We should retest Wombo combo. They might have. A lot of stuff will need changing. Address Jacob's ricochet damage to apply the intended amount of damage on Jacob's weapons. Well, that could mean anywhere. That could mean anything. Like, what? What does that mean? Hardpoint will fire as intended, with Tedior still doesn't fix its interaction with handling. Completion now properly triggers segment break armor shield augments. I wonder if that fixes the when you've got like shield steel. Probably sucks still, but like the needle. Oh, hello. The needler projectiles will consistently home in on enemies at a distance with the callus augment. Also, no longer spawn unintended underbarrel projectiles. Okay, that they already did. They already did that one. That's an old change. I don't know why they've listed that again. But hopefully this helps. What's for data fix on multiplayer? COV working with Bolts of Spare 3. Daedalus SMGs with overcharge attachment with a Ripper mag will now inherit the Ripper magazine charge up time. Damn it, I was wanting to test that out. Oh well. Atlas Sure Shot is no longer triggered by Rafa Peacemaker cannons. That's hilarious that was the thing. Every weapons now cause damage to Boom Boom drones during the Callus boss fight. There you go. Skillcraft will now receive the proper amount of stacks when dealing skill damage to enemies, whatever that means. Deadeye 2-piece now functions as intended with intended projectiles, whatever that means. High Caliber 3 now functions as intended with Atlas Tracker Grenade. Oh, that's a good change. I'm glad they did that. Get Throwing now properly increase... Huh? Bruh. Well, that is a big buff. If that... So Get Throwing is a pure mult to thrown stuff. So if this makes it a pure mult to heavy weapons, that's really powerful. No, because it's literally called Get Throwing. So it's to thrown stuff. It's grenades and meteors. So it didn't apply to heavies before. Now it does. So I wonder if that'll be soup or full mult. Because if that's full mult, that is a huge buff to heavy weapons. Visual audio and animation updates to guns and gear. I'm just kind of skim reading this. Nothing too major. That's a nice change. I like that. That's a lot of changes. Lowered several floating items. That's funny. Leader Willem. He drops the zipper. Any other guns? Get the ballista from all charged up. And that... Oh lordy, where is that? I have no idea where that could be. It's obviously in an order base somewhere, but where? Look at DLC announcement. Well, it's not here, so you'll have to link me it. Rainbow Vomit? Ah, cool. Is Get Thrown better than Airstrike now? For damage, yeah, it will be. Side of the page. Aha. Ongoing improvements, performance, into endgame balancing, bug fixes, minor updates, upcoming features, new endgame, cross-save, more limited time events, Shared progression across save files. Oh. Shared progression across save files. I'm guessing specialization in SDU. Right, so major update, free content photo mode, Q126, that we've got Bounty Pack 2, Legend of the Stone Demon. Major content update with Pearlescence. And then we've got Mad Ellie, The Vault of the Damned. Q2. Raid Boss 2, Takedown, Bounty Pack 3. So that's endgame into endgame. Cool. No dates. Yeah, I can see that. Then Q3 is Bounty Pack 4. Oh wow, Story Pack 2 is really late on. That'll have another playable character as well. Base game based on community feedback. These high requested features like soft cross-save progression, shared progress for things like SDU's map progress and activities. Please be opt-in. Please be opt-in. Please be opt-in. Or opt-out, I don't care. Just optional, please. When I make a new character, I want it to be a new character. Definitely not optional. See loot dice. I swear to God. Backpack 2 story DLC coming too. Mad Ellie's going to be in March. In February, second Bounty Pack. Upcoming additional features. On top of everything planned for the great new content in 2026 roadmap, we have plenty of quality of life and gameplay movements coming your way. We don't have set timelines for these just yet, but we're eager to get these features into hands as soon as possible. Level cap increase. We'll increase the Volunteer level cap for all players in future updates. We know becoming more powerful over time is really important to you. And this is the first big, this is a big first step that does that beyond increasingly impressive weapons we're also introducing. Also going back and making the current weapons impressive as well, please. Roach. We look forward to seeing even more build variety and interactions made possible by the additional skill points. Cross-platform saves! Hooray! Shared progression. Another much asked for feature, you'll be able to easily explore other Vault Hunters and even alternate builds on the same character. To help with that, we're working on shared progression, so you'll be able to start new characters with all your hard-earned progression. You know what that could be? That could be a new character start mode. So when you create a new character, level 1, level 30, they could introduce a new one that just like has everything that you already have. Because like vault fragments, is that needed? I mean, I suppose so if Glide Pack is also there. Vehicle unlocks and hover drive upgrades I get. Yeah, I'd like it to be opt-in, but also if it's like a level 50 start that does everything, and that's cool, as it like that, if it's like that. More free events, hooray! Building out endgame content. More endgame is on the way. Another raid boss is coming in Q2, featuring a new arena and powerful new rewards should you manage to survive the encounter. Interesting piece of wording there. Borderlands 4's most difficult endgame mission yet will come in the form of a new takedown, planned for a free major update later on in Q2. The takedown will be an extremely challenging gauntlet. Please. Gearbox, I am asking you to study Maliwan Takedown and why it was such a big hit. Ask people if need be. Please study on the successes of the previous takedowns. Taking on hordes, please be true to that word, of enemies and new boss encounters. Some of the best loot in-game today. Hooray, power creep. Can't wait to see Lazy make that takedown not an extremely challenging gauntlet. We'll see, we'll see. Major and minor updates. Yeah, more separation between the two. Okie dokie. So, Legend of the Stone Demon is our next DLC. We've got a name to it now. Specifically, yeah, bank SDU should be shared by default. That one, absolutely. That one should be shared by default, bank SDUs. That one doesn't need to be opt-in. That one should just be. Stone Demon. I mean, if it's original, is Stone Demon a reference to anything, or is that an original idea? Is like a Stone Demon like a thing? Because obviously that doesn't sound very Valentine's-y to me. Don't think so. If it's an original idea, I like that a lot. Gargoyles? It could be gargoyles. That's cool, though. Turn your heart to stone. Watch it just be like Medusa. That'd be sick, though. Imagine, like, the unique gameplay around adding Medusa into the game. Curious how much better the drops will be now. I'm pretty sure, like, Epic and CZ will be on it. In terms of character changes, we didn't really get much, did we? So anyways, who's doing the fake crit testing? Bagsy, not me. Photo mode! Hooray! Oh my lord. People playing. Right, so Harlow. Problem. Harlow Blue Tree. The biggest issue was boss fights. They haven't changed anything for boss fights. But we do get this. Harlow gains increased slam damage. Every time Harlow slams, fire. See, this is the issue. This won't apply to bosses because you can't slam. Anything that triggers on slam should also trigger on immune. Your FOV was reset? Yeah, mine looks reset as well. Well. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh god, it's new controls from BL3. Why'd they change it? Oh, this is gonna be fucking awkward to... Hold on, it's taking me a second. We can do FOV change, we can camera roll. We can do depth of field. Amy. Aha, time of day. Excellent. Oh, this is cool. I can make the Jolts thumbnail. Prescience is true crit now. Celebrate! Does it stack with knife? Sorry, there's a couple of flashbangs in here. There we go. What was that name? Sex Wash. Andy grab Harlow, there we go. You can get some pretty good distance. You do not want to test crit knife stacking? Do it, no balls. Right. So. Science. Well, something I don't really care about this Flutie. Oh, you bastards! You cannot use photo mode to pick things up at a distance. Why? That was useful in case something drops, like, out of reach. Why would you fix that? What? That was useful tech. Friction added. That's disappointing. Friction has indeed been added. No more pressing buttons out of reach. Friction added. Lost loot exists for a reason. Okay, make lost loot work then. Oh wait, sorry, no. That's too complicated. Okay, let's try out the new, Hey, it really do just work. Oh. Well, that's the downside of this action skill. You try to bubble the wrong enemy and it does. Nice. Coven's true crits as well. Excellent. So best mobbing for all that content. It's not even the best mobbing. Like this is still the worst action skill for sure. Yeah. So inertia's cool. You gonna test the oppressor's loot dropping? No. Inertia's cool. It doesn't offer too much more than what Cold Storage offers. It's that they're quite similar. Better range on Inertia. But it's still... The tree still suffers with all the same problems as before. Is that when using this action skill, your guns are inherently just way too weak compared to Accelerator and Generator. And the skill itself doesn't work in boss fights. So it's all the same problems as before. Which is a shame. But, you know, baby steps. They've actually done, like, no improvements to boss fights. Apparently I've angered a bunch of people below the map. What this is good for... This is really good for entangling lots of enemies in Blue Tree. This is something that Blue Tree struggled with. This is a lot better for it. One axe more kill at UVH6, no drop. Well, that's it then, drop rates suck. Is doing okay for true UVH. In a vacuum, sure, but compared to all of the other stuff, no, it's terrible. It's still way behind the blue and red trees. If you actually compare it to what else is in the game, it's at the bottom. Did they fix performance? They didn't do many performance updates in this patch. December had a big performance patch, so if you haven't played since then. This build is like watching paint dry, it's so slow. I invite you to make a better blue, 0-point build in true UVH6. Would Skillcraft work for this build? Yes. It wouldn't be game-changing, but it would apply. There's some Nvidia stuff mentioned. Oh, it might help a bit then. 3 bods in 4 kills. There's hope! Remember, bod was buffed. Nothing mentioned there. I mean, not impossible, and don't be rude. Smile. Get throwing. Why are you getting 270% from get throwing, Jack? There should be. That's not 35%. Do you have other influences affecting that damage? Because that doesn't seem right. Get throwing still doesn't affect heavy ordnance, at least for Odin. Yeah, so Jack's saying that it is, but also way more than the percentage, so I think there are some errors in the testing. Wow, first kill and we got a drop. Second kill and we got a drop. Third kill, we got 2 drops. Holy shit. Four kill. Nothing. Rigged. Sixth kill. Nothing. 8th kill and we get a world drop. Well, that doesn't count. Any of these world drops? No. Runs slow on Xbox. Check your FOV settings. They got reset. Another 2. 6 drops in 9 kills. This is crazy. No, Smokes, that's not a system that's in the game. Oh. Non-elemental, fireworks. I need those. Get throwing is doing nothing on multiple occasions. Heavy weapons, oh no, firmware. Get throwing now properly increases heavy ordnance damage. Hmm. They're just not gone through.
You had a good run.
Well, these drop rates are feeling very generous. Did they go overboard?
This won't take
And just didn't go through. I mean, these drops are in post-game. And this is UVH6, so this is post-Bloom Reaper. And these drop rates do make sense for the part variance of items. It's kind of, yeah, like for in terms of like actually trying to farm stuff, this makes a lot of sense. Like this is a symptom of the part set that they have created. Like the reason why, ooh, another non-elemental fireworks, nom nom nom. The reason why Borderlands 2 drop rates don't work anymore is because, well, Borderlands 2 had fuck all for part variance. And even less stat variance. Like, a good parted weapon and a bad parted weapon in Borderlands 4, there was very little to choose between them. Whereas in 3 and 4, you know, a bad version of a gun and a good version of a gun, that's huge. Like, 2k DPS to 10k DPS. That's not okay. So long as these drop rates are only in the higher UVHs, I'm fine with it. I do think playthrough could be a tad more lenient, but not much.
How do you think this is a good idea?
BLT was basically gripping prefixes. Yeah, and prefixes were literally like 5%. It was tiny, it was nothing. Prefixes really did not mean much. It was 5% here, 10% there. And oh no, my gun now is higher fire rate instead of more damage. Go to UVH1 and compare. The most unscientific test in the world.
Let's spread a little terror. Can't take it with you.
No buffs. They buffed Pilot Blue. A minor amount, mind, but it's there. How much are the buffs? Like, I was expecting
You're making my skin crawl.
like 0.5%. Did they do 5% per level or something? Like, I wasn't expecting much of an increase on UVH. This is looking like a lot. Legendary on the map. Yeah, that happens. It's like a bug, because there isn't actually a legendary. I've got a couple of drops now, but this is notably less. Bubble Boss dropped a gun? Bubble Bosses will drop a lot more guns now, yeah. One thing they didn't mention that they did, which I really think they should do, is increase the firmware rates the higher UVHM you go. Not to 100%, because we've still got some more UVH levels to fit in, but... you know, a little bit. Just like a flat 1% per level or something. Because that would actually make a difference. Because for commons, it's 5% for firmware. Flat 1%. By UVH 5, you're now up to 10%. It's doubled. You gave like 4%? Not sure where you're getting that number from, but no, it's not a mechanic. Legendary firmware don't exist. Well, legendaries have got the highest chance of being a firmware at 23%. What if it only busts the rarer drops? Well, we'll see a breakdown on that once it's been dug out. You know how much better Mantra is with the melee mult now? I can tell you, actually. It'll be very easy to find out. It'll be about 14% better. We've lost 14.3% soup, and we've gained 14.23% fresh multiplier. It's about 14% better. It's more than 13. It is more than 13. We've also gotten a pile from Daredevil as well. Because I double dip skill damage with this build. So this build has now gained a ton of power because I'm getting both Runner and Daredevil bonuses. I'm going to have to move some of these points over into Runner now, aren't I? Because I don't need 25 in Brute. Is this good or bad? I'd say good, because it's not too drastic. I am disappointed that they've gone this route full stop. But they haven't overdone anything here. This is fine. Daredevil action skill damage confirmed as just action skill and not skill. Well, that's disappointing. I'll still be overspecking action skills so long as I Am a Gun and Hone Mind work for skills. If they ever fix these, I'll be very sad. I'd rather they just change the wording on these to skill rather than action skill. Far more points? Nah, not needed. The percentage drop-off that happens, like, after 100 especially, it's just like, whatever. At least I Am a Gun and Home Mind still count for skills? For now, yeah. And again, I hope they just change the wording on those and not actually the way the skills work, because Hone Mind and I Am a Gun are cool. I'd hate to see them changed to just action skills. Don't action skills need the help? Yes. But so do skills. So why not both? Which is what skill damage is. There's no, like... I don't think it needs to just be action skills. It could just be skills. Because that would, believe it or not, apply to action skills. Another double drop. Specialization should be account-wide? Big disagree. You'll have run out of ranks ages ago, and the rate at which you'll be leveling up will be non-existent. You'll create a new character and you'll never level it up. I like interacting with game mechanics, personally. What's the difference between skill and action skill? You know how with guns, you've got guns, right? It's pretty all-encompassing. But then you've got shotguns, which are a type of gun. Well, you've got skills, right? They're pretty all-encompassing. But you've got action skills, which are a type of skill. Same thing. So action skills are going to be like Phase Familiar, Dead Ringer, Incarnate, Cannons, Lance, yada yada yada. And then your capstones and augments, they're for your action skills as well. So, you know, Iron Maiden, action skill, Desecration, action skill. They're action skills. But then skills, you got things like Bloodletter. That does a chunk of damage. It's skill damage. Bloodshot, that's skill damage. Reverberations, it's skill damage. Haruspex, skill damage. Cursed Blade, skill damage. So we buffed Atlas Infinitum, Gearbox probably. So they buffed the wrong one. I just know if this game released with Borderlands 1's proficiency systems, people would be crying for them to port over to new characters. Like, creating a new character. Believe it or not, it's new. Right, so drop rates, that is noticeable from 1 to 6. Been done with Chinese forever, still can't complete it. What's still in the list? Because they removed 2 more, didn't they? Oh, did they never remove Sweet Embrace and Cold Shoulder? Because that still says out of 67. Yeah, the Moxie weapons are still there. Yeah, they're still there. That's frustrating. I think 6 is higher firmware. I mean, it definitely should be, because they add in a new firmware. When was the last time the game crashed for me? Probably last week. It doesn't crash too often. It's not been bad.
Got a tip for another order supply pod that needs your delicate touch. Directed by my expertise, of course.
Waterfall and Dark Beast. That is one hell of a vendor. Is swap speed affecting quit speed now as well? What's the difference? Are they not the same thing? In this game? I think I went the wrong way. Are the numbers to the drop rate bus? Not yet. Golden God and Root? Ooh. That is a good one. Into the market? Yeah, it's over here. Somewhere. I'll find it. So what's my... Okay, so this should be much better now because we have fresh malt from Daredevil and we have fresh malt from Runner. So this should feel a lot better now. Now it's just a question of finding this damn thing. It's further that way, isn't it? Question is, whereabouts? Skillcraft was fixed? I actually wasn't aware of anything broken with Skillcraft, so... Maybe? A vendor! Not all the way up, is it? It's down? Shit. Ah, there it is, hiding. What do you want from Waterfall? Spring. I got Adrenaline Pump, womp womp, and Budget Date. Fuck's sake. What the fuck is this shit? That is a 2 out of 10 vendor if I've never seen. What is this bullshit? I saw the pink TDO pistol, I'm like, ooh, Ruby's Grass maybe? No, Budget Deity. So, do you want to know something that's really funny about Budget Deity, right? You might notice, none of these have actually spawned with Atlas parts. This gun does not work without Atlas parts. Yet for some reason, it is capable of spawning without Atlas parts. Ah. Phantom Flame convergence for you. Ooh, convergence. So, throw 2 combo orbs, which place Atlas target lock on enemies, damaged by combo orbs. Okay, cool. It doesn't work unless you have an Atlas part in the gun. You don't need to use the Atlas part, you just need Atlas on it for it to activate. In-depth part system. The in-depth part system. 6 bods and 18 runs. That's insane. Mask, sorry, I completely missed. Thank you so very much for the 5 months. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. New update, anything exciting? They added some fresh mult scalers to both melee and skills. Action skills, I should clarify. In specialization, so Daredevil now increases damage as a fresh mult, and Runner increases damage as a fresh mult. So those are 2 big changes. And of course, these are going to combine on action skills that do melee as well. So now those builds are now going to be a good 30-40% stronger. Never mind, they're not multiplicative to each other, but it's still going to be a good 30% stronger. So they're additive together. That's good to know. That's good to know. These 2 are additive together. But it is still a new fresh mult, so that's good. Now they said they added a new fast travel location to the Umbral Foundry. I don't know where the Umbral Foundry is. I don't remember names. It's Lictor's Castle. What? Where's the added fast travel? I guess I have to go and find it. Is it like by the boss? Why only... Why would there be one outside? No, it wasn't, Judgy. That was always there. Games respawn station outside of Umbral Foundry? Why would you need to teleport outside? Did Gearbox forget that you can teleport into? Yeah, it's not a fast travel station. It's like a one-way.
Timekeeper's servants approach.
It still struggles versus vile enemies. Songbird and Cinder Shelly. I'm confused on this patch note. I'm really confused on what this patch note is. Various improvements to stability and optimization. This is gonna flicker. I'm at 200 right now. Is the loot actually improved? From my brief test, notably. Like, way more than I would have expected. But it was only a brief test. We don't have proper numbers yet. Are the fixed ricochets the better or for the worse? Who knows? Yeah, I don't know what they meant. Why is it all? Vital Organs is true crit? Nice. Are you able to test Discombobulate? I'm curious about a melee only one. Ah, there we go. It is there now. Oh, is that one? What is the point of this? I mean, I won't say no to it, but then... Why? There's no reason to come back here, ever. There is zero... There isn't... There aren't even any collectibles here. No, there is nothing. There is nothing here. Halfway through the mission. All you gotta do is get through the door. You don't even have to kill anything. And there's a fast travel, like, there's a fast travel station there, and there's a fast travel station through the door. I mean, again, this isn't a bad thing. But, like, I just don't know why. There's one there, and there's one there. You're dying? I get it. It helped you in this, admit it, very niche situation. Because, like, this segment in this courtyard, you don't need to kill anything. I'd shit and call it a day. So, yeah, no. I don't. Just like you and only. I don't understand the point of this one, but again, I won't say no to it. It's just a bit puzzling as to why it's there. Most of them in Carcadia. Do you mean, potentially, the entire east side of Carcadia? Maybe closer to Leda Wilhelm? Maybe there could be a fast travel station by here, maybe? This instead of fixing Shiny Challenge. What's funny with the Shiny Challenge is based on patch notes. It should be fixed by now. So there's a non-zero chance that Gearbox are under the belief that shinies are now fixed.
My apologies, Jerry. Driving is difficult.
I was... Okay, don't text and drive. Is it just me, or is Transfuser, like, completely dead? Yeah, no, Vlad of Rafa works. Maurice Reset's been patched. Aww. Makes sense that that's in, like, at least they waited for the patch to buff drop rates before doing that, though. Cyberpunk has 166 fast travel posts. Any challenge runs planned in the future? I'm right in the middle of one. Daredevil is only action skill? Correct. You know what would be a great video game? Is if, like, I could actually crit things. Bah. Is my crit chance 0 all of a sudden? Can you not crit Willem with skills? What is happening? Can you just not die him? Oh. I didn't know Willem was fire immune. Okay, I guess we just don't play Aemon for this. I guess you just don't play Aemon for Willem. There's a special there for those who can't use the elevator. I don't need to go through... No, which elevator you're talking about? Once you're inside the foundry, you hit a new fast travel station. Anyone's the only character you got Willem unlocked on. Ordnance will be fine. Because Ordnance is Shock Cryo, which is good for his health bars. Yeah, Berserk's Cryo as well. It's just that if you try using skills, you just get completely shut out. Which is good game design. How much iridium do I have on this character? I probably should have checked. 13,000, that's not a lot. Immunity is dumb. Really is. No benefit comes of it. Oh, I'm on true. There's gonna be one tanky Willem. I'm gonna work on a 0 point Harlow build soon. I've got one. It's just 0 point sucks, so.
When you think about it, if my meds didn't work,
The element means what it's immune to. Element next to health bar has never meant that. Element next to health bar has always meant what element they are using.
just for sale, baby.
Like, it said shock there, and I was doing shock damage, but no immune numbers. Element next to health bar in this game has never meant what they're immune to.
I got the sales for what ails you.
It says corrosive right now. Do I have a corrosive weapon? I have a Dar Beast. Oh. Is Willem, like, weirdly different to everyone else for no reason? Because if so, then that is just a possibility. That Willem just gives no fucks. Willem breaking rules. Look at him go. Why does he do that? Why does only he do that?
Thanks for stopping by.
I say now I'm getting shock immune. I wasn't before. Why was I not before? Why is he now immune to shock? When he wasn't the last time it was shock. You might be onto something with Big Encore. Hang on. Fire. It's Big Encore! That's his unique thing! It's Big Encore! That's so weird. A unique boss and it has its own mechanics? Well, that's exactly what it is. I'm actually kind of curious what the new drop rates are on UVH6 and how they compare to Big Encore. I like what the difference is between UVH6 farming and Big Encore farming. And if the UVH changes applies to Big Encore. Jesus, dude, stop moving. I vomit the rainbows. Do melee damage changes and specializations take anything up? You basically have a 10 to 15% fresh mult for your melee stuff. That's not going to be game changing on its own, but it will help. It's 10%. There's only so much 10% can do, but it will certainly help. The man is moving.
Remember, Dr. Zez going for you.
They all rotate at UVH6. You talk about element? Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about.
Welcome to quote unquote Dr. Z.
So it seems they finally fixed crit. This is actually a rider nerf. Because before, fake crits wouldn't take the negative gun crit into account, whereas now it does.
My diagnosis?
Didn't think I'd be getting my ankles broken by Willem, but here we are. Did they finally fix stuttering issues on PC? Stuttering is going to differ from person to person. I don't stutter. I'm playing at 180 FPS right now. Like, stuttering is just a person-to-person thing.
Next time you're bleeding out, remember the choices you made here.
What did it change to crits? If you have crit chance in skills, or even gear, like 10% crit chance on a class mod, you weren't getting gear critical hit damage bonuses, like the ones that you'll see on guns, or class mods, or... yeah, guns and class mods, and enhancements. Whereas now that will apply. So if we look at Harlow's, not the best example, but if we look at Glow Up here, this critical hit chance, if you crit through this, critical hit damage on like a gun, like that 58%, won't apply. Now, it does apply. What's my GPU and CPU? My GPU is a 7900 XTX, and my CPU is a 7800 X3D. I think that's right. Both AMD, of course. Do you think I've been using Ripper stuff? I think I've been using Ripper stuff. This was all Stray, is what this was. I'm surprised I don't have a Vladov in here yet. It's time, Glenny, go home. No? Oh, shit. Your loss. Okay, so Cryo messes me up. I need to stay out of the bubble. What sources of crit damage do true crits get that fake crits don't now? You might have to reword that one.
Just throw that in the old project. Welcome to quote-unquote Dr. Science.
You're gonna hate this one.
If 0 Point fingers crossed is better. It really just kinda isn't, Glenny. So, New Inertia is good at making lots of things entangled. Damage-wise, it's feeling similar to Cold Storage. And that was the extent of Harlow changes. And that was it. I wouldn't even say they gave it quality of life, it was literally just inbuilt inertia. Like... That's all they did. That was it. They, like, oh, we want to see how these changes do before doing further changes. Why are you so scared of 0 Point? Why are we so scared? Has that one class mod effect? Gains increased slam damage. Whenever you slam an enemy, you fire unstable energy pockets. They do okay damage. What do you think DLC in the month of February, lol? When do you think the DLC... I mean, I would imagine in February at some point. Who knows what day? I mean, they've only just done a patch now at the end of January, so it might be towards the end of February. Periodic table flips, one of your favorite skill names. Oh, they did such a good job with some of the skill names. The skills in this game are relatively, you know, uninspiring, but the skill names are good.
I'll bet you up in no time.
Would a little chaos kill him? Hey, yeah, get him good.
It's Cryo again. Do I just save quit on Cryo? Maybe I just use potential transference for this one. Maybe I do that. Let's do that. How good is Rafa now? Rafa wasn't changed today.
Sales? Oh, you'll be back real soon, I'm sure.
Rafa's nuts. Rafa's insane. But he wasn't changed today. Did the Wombo combo get buffed or nerfed? Let's have a look at the Wombo changes again. The answer is neither, but... Is that all they did? Yeah, I mean, That's just a benefit if you're using Underdog. But, like, nobody runs Underdog. What's Underdog? It's 50% on shot, which is good, but then you remember the projectile one exists, which is just simply better, so...
Welcome to quote-unquote
It Nothing much more about you? Fuck you. It's a buff if you use that enhancement, but that enhancement is still less powerful than other enhancements that you could use with a wombo combo. So the overall peak power of wombo combo has not increased. Yeah, tasers make sense. Also, I'm going to do some science.
Just remember, a lot of caution.
Have a scientist class mod for those experiments? I'm afraid not. Nature crits deal the same damage as crew crits now. From what we can tell, they are treated the same, yes. Photo mode works in multiplayer, but doesn't pause the world. Yeah, same as BO3. That's expected. A big buff to fake crits then? Yeah, it helps. Certainly. I wouldn't call it a big buff though, because all it was missing was a little bit of soup that you might not have even had to begin with, so... You're not guaranteed to even see a difference. Because fake crits still always got crit damage bonuses that were within a skill tree. Then I'm bothered by the Daredevil specialization change. 31 points in for Daredevil and 10% off cooldown time now. Wait, did they nerf the other half of it? Did they not just add? Oh! Wait, did they half the movement speed as well? Or is that... No, that was always 33, right? Oh, they halved the cooldown rate. That's unnecessary. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. They didn't need to do that. I mean, hell, Killer, crit damage, status damage, they're both 1%, so why can't Daredevil both be 1%? Why'd they do that? Killer gets two 1%. I mean, caffeine must be the most chosen specialization perk, right? Caffeine has to be one of the most chosen specialization perks. So why nerf cooldown rate on Daredevil? And make it more important? Why are they so terrified of action skills? Why? You're cradling the bod, yet you're scared of 0 fucking point. It makes no sense.
But also not my problem.
Justifies it? No, it doesn't. Not at all. Hi, I've broken my leg, can I have some crutches? Yeah, but we don't want you to get too strong, so we'll make them half length. Action skills are already in a sorry state.
Doc, thanks for stopping by.
It's not a huge change, but it's just kind of like, why? Why would they nerf that? Ball scary gun cozy. They just don't want action skills to be stronger guns early game. It's a specialization that requires 20 points of investment.
For sale, baby healed, never worn.
I mean you early. What do you mean early game? Hey Coffee, how you doing? Thank you for the 6 months, much appreciated. Thank you. Friction strikes again. Isn't even big enough for most builds, but they had no reason to do it. Yeah, and the builds that do need it, it is enough, you know. Crucible needs that. Spectres need that. So why? Did they nerf your boy Trouble? No. Buff, actually, because Trouble gets both these damage increases, I believe, so... Yeah, Trouble should have gotten a small buff. Gearbox continues to Gearbox. Gearbox does, in fact, continue to Gearbox. We've got fast travel stations that don't make any sense. We've got action skill cooldown rate nerfs. Meanwhile, Forge drones, yeah. Can a Purpose Lance be viable endgame? A lot of effort and some crit fishing, it can function. Blackout crits take enhancement crit bonuses. Why? Funny. I think their attempt at enhancements has not worked for gun-only bonuses, which is a good thing. Couldn't find values. Oh, they would absolutely 100% not actually say any values. That's being dug out. Oh, I need to be in the bubble for this one. It's rat immune. Look, Viper, I'm using potential transference and not group study. Aren't you happy? Proud of me? Yeah. They managed to create a fight where group study was not the play. Very impressive. Is Fostering Challenge possible to complete now? No, because the Moxie weapons are still in there. Is 0 point good now? No. Later to the party, what action kill cooldowns were nerfed? They nerfed the cooldown rate bonus that you get from your specialization tree Daredevil from 1% starter to 50% starter. It's a very minor nerf, but it's like a Y kind of nerf, you know?
That wasn't so bad now, was it?
Wait. Do Forge Drones do melee damage? Forge Drones might have gotten buffed today. They won't get Daredevil, but they might get Runner. Forge Drones were buffed! Stonks! They might get Daredevil, their augments? What do you mean they're augments? No, they're not. Why are they augments? They shouldn't be, because they're not on an augment node. Never mind. Right, yeah, no. 5, not 50? Yeah, I think I misspoke, but you get what I mean. 0.5, not 1. Margin of X buff too. Yeah, anything that uses melee damage. Imagine if Daredevil's Smolt applied to skills and not just action skills. That'd be really good. That'd be a nice buff for my Rafa as well. $15 bods and 7 of the others. Why such a big disparity? Wonder the same would work better against Bloom Reaper now? Yeah. Be interesting to see if Disc Jockey can target the Ordinite orbs.
Guess this stuff didn't do them much
They did say they would do that, yeah.
Welcome to a fellow aficionado of the scavenging.
Jacob's Ricochet target the orbs? I don't remember. But a good Jacob's weapon destroys them anyway. Like, I can destroy him with Lucian's flank. On this build, so... Like, a Hot Slugger wrecks them. They're not that hard to deal with. The main thing is the crystals themselves, which Disc Jockey can now target. They nerf Jacob's Ricochet? I'm not sure. Not really sure what that change was about.
Let me take that off your blood-soaked hands.
I think purples are better. It's situational. There are instances, many instances where legendaries are better. There are also many instances where purples are better, so... It's just maths. Just depends what you're doing. It is very nice to have a spot where you can farm up legendary enhancements, and it's like, not just some bumfuck cave. The ordnance I'm using, it's an Utka. It's this purple. 2-shot explosive. I want to try this one as well. Just fire rate explosive, but that shouldn't be as good. Higher listed DPS though, so I'm kind of interested.
Just remember, let me guess. This stuff fell off the back of
I heard they fixed 0 point. No. No, they didn't bugger all.
next time you're
They baked in inertia, which was nice, but beyond that... They didn't really fix any of the actual issues that the action skill has. How do I benefit from high cal 3 in this build? My gun explodes, so I can shoot them, the bullet will go through them, hit the ground by their feet, explode, and hit them again, thus doubling my damage.
when you need it. Let me take that off your blood-soaked hands.
At least for mobbing. It works in mobbing, but it's still slower than the other 2 action skills.
Thank goodness. My pile of crap inventory was running low.
And it's very clunky to play.
Thanks for stopping by.
At least the drop rate changes today seem to be good, since, there honestly aren't too many positive takeaways from today's patch. Photo mode is nice, I'm glad we have that. We just need, like, poses now. What a shame for such a hyped up patch. Yep. It's kind of like a whole lot of nothing. The level cap is coming and it made you want to play the game less. A level cap was always coming. So why now? It's just because they've said it again. Still no good XP farm. The XP needs a look at, absolutely. Hope they don't give us pearls before a level cap. I mean, pearls are next month. When is level cap? That's not a date that they'll give out. Why open up the vending machine after each kill? Action skill. My action skill is 40 seconds away. Now it is 0 seconds away. I could get it in the fight, but that takes longer. Story DLC would be a big update day. If they give a level cap during that DLC, we'd get the big story DLC, cash, and a level cap all in one. I wouldn't be against it. That'd be like a major thing for like everybody to go at.
My diagnosis? You got a bad case of dangerous. I can help with that.
Didn't level caps hit with DLC in 3? No, not really. I mean, well, some did, some didn't. The first one was with the Valentine's Day patch.
For sale, baby shield.
Because isn't the first story DLC likely in March? Yes. Story DLC is less driving. Well, I wouldn't hold your breath. We'll see. What's the big encore of the week drop? Zipper. And Rainbow Vomit. Firepot as well. Make the car the most meta weapon in the game. Out of all the bosses, who can you, like, attack with a car? Is there any? Splash zone? Can you get a vehicle to splash zone? Why can this exist? Place that drops Chuck and Lumber back. The Foundry. Foundry freaks.
Next time you're bleeding out, remember the choices you made.
End of April, early May. We've got DLC 1, then we've got a raid boss, then we've got takedown, so it won't be April. Because we've got to get a raid boss in first. Having a spread launcher Rainbow Vomit? No. Pretty sure Rainbow Vomit wouldn't be able to get a 34k spread launcher anyway. I think there'll be a 4 skill tree eventually. No, because we're getting two new characters, so... Two new characters for a total of 3 new skill trees. Sounds about right. 42k airstrike. That's very nice. Yeah, I think May will be a good shout for takedown. Which is same month as Forza Horizon 6. Don't make me choose, Gearbox.
Welcome to quit next time you're bleeding. Oh, I'm sure I'll find a use for this somehow.
They'll nerf action skills in that patch. I'll be in Japan without a care. Hell yeah. We'll take down unlocking UVH level. My guess is yes. The raid boss before it as well. We might go into UVH 7 and then immediately into UVH 8 a month after. If they're releasing 2 pieces of endgame back to back.
No pulse, no problem.
Why is Firepot so hyped up? Because it does a fuck ton of damage. I hope they made the UVH buff applies to Big Encore as well. Not sure if they did or not.
If you got thanks for stopping by.
Not yet, Blake. Zipper any good? I want to say not really. Where's Maurice? Where the dropship event is in Fade Fields. It's right next to the propaganda speaker there, southeast of the town. General vibe for this patch. The two main things that it did, both good. Everything else is just kind of like, confusing, or why? Photo mode. We got that one. Nice. Drop rates being increased in UVH levels. Nice. Then the Harlow buffs are a realm of disappointing, none thought possible. And then the audacity to nerf the action skill cooldown in Daredevil. They did give us an action skill damage mult in Daredevil and a melee damage mult in Runner, additive together. Which is nice, we'll take that one. They also added the most confusing fast travel station. They put a fast travel station here. I have no idea why. I can only imagine that they forgot that you can actually go into the fortress and fast travel to it directly. There is no reason to return here. There is no side mission, there is no bounty spawns, there are no collectibles. I don't know why they added a fast travel here, but it's there. For HKC. And needing to return here because you made it all the way through all this fighting, through the caves, but couldn't do the final leg. But it allowed you to get back there quickly. You don't even have to kill anybody in this area. Like, that's how confusing that fast travel station is. Crystal Tree needs to be slightly rearranged. Yeah, especially bottom left branch. Like, you can put, what, 37 skill points towards Forge Drones? They need to be good. Unlocked on a new level 30 character? Okay, but why? Because the Fortress teleport will also be unlocked on a new level 30 character. Surely, right?
No pulse, no problem.
Why the Harley change is disappointing? Because there weren't any. Okay, so what they did is the old inertia was baked in. That is good. And then they've changed inertia to do this thing where it like fires out these projectiles. Now these projectiles are quite good at entangling enemies, which is something Blue Tree struggled with compared to Red and Green. So that's good. But damage output wise, it's about on par with Cold Storage, and then that is the extent of Harlow buffs. So it hasn't actually increased the power of Blue Tree at all. It's just made the action skill itself nicer to use by having inbuilt inertia. No functionality change for boss fights. No tweaking of the skill tree and why we have 30 skill points available to action skill uptime, none of which are worth taking. Nothing to that. Just inbuilt inertia and and a cold storage adjacent in power replacement. The thing is with confirmative reality, baking in inertia doesn't... It's nice, but it's not game-changing. Yeah, so I guess if on a level 30 character you wanted to go to Lictor, it does make that easier. It is the furthest away. But they're porting over fast travel things anyway for the new characters, so... Yeah, it is a puzzling one.
Thanks for stopping by.
Apollo's Peak, it's so good.
Why don't you come on back real soon?
Doom posting about the game? Doom posting about the game happened before the game came out. People love jumping on that. I Sprezzatura! That's like my third one in 850 hours. People love Doom posting, but Gearbox are making it a little easy. You think that might be a max damage element roll? And here I was gonna pick it up as trash. It can get muled at least.
Let me guess. If you got the crits, Sis got the meds.
To Gearbox's credit with this patch, there was a lot of like minor stuff that doesn't really get headlines. But, like, there was a lot in there, just nothing like exciting. Which is stuff that does need to be done. Like, it is stuff that needs to get addressed. Just like lots of small little things, just refining the game. It does need that shit. But, yeah, not very exciting. And highlight that stuff, I mean, they kind of did. Like, if I bring it up. What I'm referring to is all of this shit. The shit that nobody reads. I mean all of this. Trees inside buildings no longer blow in the wind. Like, that's not... Prevented shield boosters from blocking the screen. Like, this is stuff that is good to have fixed. But it's not, you know, headline material. Prevented flickering after opening an Electi-safe. Lowered floating items. You know, stuff like that. Rep kits now appear as intended in inventory. Who knows what that means? I did blank it, yes. Don't tease me over a 0-point rework just to slightly tap me on the thigh and go, there you go. Yeah, basically, the 0-point stuff is, ew. Some of these I'm pretty sure are already a thing. Like, I'm pretty sure that was already a thing. So, like, not to discredit that this patch had nothing. It just had a lot of minor backgroundy things just to refine some edges around the game. But it definitely wasn't what it was made out to be. Maybe I was hoping for too much. Is the photo mode at least good? Okay. I'm gonna use this as an example. Right, okay. Say... Okay, we'll use this rocket launcher. Say you got a bit of an item, right? That's out of reach. In Borderlands 3, you just whip into photo mode and go and grab that shit. Now, it is identical to Borderlands 3's photo mode. It's got all the same shit, basically. It's basically the same. We do have this now. So we can... Whoa. But the main change is if I try and pick up this rocket launcher, don't let you. Don't let you. The camera returns back to you before getting rid of the overlay. You can no longer use photo mode to grab items that dropped out of bounds. Which, given that items dropping out of bounds is common occurrence in this video game, is very sad. It's decent but lacks a few fun features. Yeah, it's basically a direct port from Borderlands 3. Character poses would be nice. Like the emotes from 3, just character poses would be nice. They did mention oppressors dropping problems, that is true, but there are at least a dozen arenas that don't have proper light, that has loot that drop out of bounds. Can't pick up items. I know I was literally robbing banks with it, but that's funny. It is good that we at least finally have photo mode. Like, we've got it now. That's a good thing. See, Control C to Control V from BL3 to 4 shouldn't really be a major patch headline.
Just throw that in your diagnosis. You got a bad case of dangerous. I can help with it.
And some bosses don't have anything at all, yeah. Like Bramble Song spewing from out of bounds, yeah. See, you would be able to use photo mode to save that shit, but you can't. Ow! Do we have drop rates for UVH and we're still mining? I think we're still mining.
No pulse, no problem. I'll patch you up.
The drop rates noticeable. They were in my quick test earlier. They were definitely noticeable. Hi Bob the Builder, how you doing?
By diagnosis, you got a bad
9 routes in 29 runs. That's pushing like 33%. That's bigger than Big Encore. You've had like 3 UAVs. Huh. Odd. Age buffs the lower ones. Why can't they just do things simply? Like, just a flat 0.5% per level would have been fine, because that would have like doubled the drop rates for some of them. Like that would have been fine. Just flat 0.5% per UVH level. That's all what was needed.
welcome to quote-unquote Dr. Zeds.
I just said underdog enhancement to one applied to Vlad of Thunderbarrel weapons as intended. No more huge double damage, 1 by 2. Those two sentences are completely unrelated. Underdog is an enhancement. It's a 50% on shot mult, and it now applies to 1 by combo, so. There's got nothing to do with, like, neutron capture. So we're already at 20%? No, the highest was 9.
No problem. Let me guess. This stuff fell off the back of a corpse.
Anyone have any idea what tank buster means? Nope. That's really nice, but that fire rate is abysmal. Oh! God, I'm gonna die of old age before that starts firing. I mean, I'll compare it to the one that I've got, but that is disgusting. Order is poop. Apparently we're testing it a lot sooner than I intended. You know what, even if it's worse, I don't care. I'm getting that particular weapon. Just out of spite. Yeah, so the old one's still much better, actually. Gathering finally working on ordnances is huge. He doesn't know. True UVH6, by the way. Faster than 0 point. Purple Order Assault Rifle that I picked up, better than 0 point. No more Willen farming? Oh no, I was proving a point out of spite. Is it possible to learn this power? Pure gremlin maths. Read some preliminary digging from the modding Discord. Looks like it ranges from 0.5% for quarter drops to 2% for primary drops per UVH level. Not 100% confirmed. See, I would have thought 0.5 flat would have been fine. Across all. Worth noting that quaternaries are not used anywhere in the game that we know of. So, per level, so that's 12%. Is that flat? Quarter is shiny? No, shiny is shiny. Quarter is something else that they seem to not use. Shiny is its own thing, labeled shiny. The game uses primary, secondary, and tertiary. So 12% is up to 20... Okay, so that's up to 12%. On top of the 9% base, you're looking at 21%. Big Encore is 25%. If we get a new UVH with every bit of endgame, we go to UVH 7 come the raid boss, UVH 8 come the takedown. A UVH 8, that'll be plus 16. That will make farming match Big Encore for primary drops. And then UVH 9 and 10 will surpass Big Encore, provided that this also does not apply to Big Encore. If it does apply to Big Encore, then Big Encore goes from 25% to 37% currently at UVH 6. You reckon pearls will use quarter? I think they're a bit high for pearls. High. I think they might need to change the value to be a bit lower. Depends how they do pearls. Also, I'm seeing that frame rate. I just gotta test it. I just gotta test. I always test it. I just gotta test. Where am I looking? Ooh, 120. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna do a run like this. Oh, hang on. We might be cooking. Okay, I'm holding around. Oh god, this feels insane. Unleashed. I am only in a small area though, so maybe I shouldn't get too used to it. The F3's one was world drops? Absolutely, yeah. So long as any changes they do don't affect world drops, this game can't really go wrong.
For sale, baby shield.
Okay, so I'm now at like 100 FPS in this area with frame gen off. If I can get to the point where I can play without frame gen on, just full time, I am going to be very, very happy. Let's, take that off. So I know it flickers with OBS. Oh, the drop's in a good spot. Better. We're yet to get full confirmation, but it seems like the percentage increase you get from UVH is quite substantial.
My diagnosis? You got a bad case of
CZ thinks it might be add with base rate. That would make sense with the numbers that Judgy provided. And that's kind of how I assumed it would be.
welcome to quote-unquote
Because that means that primaries are getting very close to big encore rates. And will eventually surpass big encore rates. Do you know if there's any indication if it applies to big encore as well? Because if not, it will eventually surpass. It does not. Right, they'll need to change that eventually. Because otherwise we'll get to a point where big encore lowers your drop rates. But no, I like the system. So in previous games, whenever you increased your post-game leveling system, whether it be Chaos or Mayhem, it would increase your world drop chances, but not your dedicated drop chances, which is probably a bit backwards. This game actually does it the correct way around, by leaving world drops alone, but increases dedi drops. Wonderlands did do that. But Wonderlands' drops were just kind of weird, so we won't approach that. The bugs are still present too, like in Sepsis and Harlow's class mod? Yeah. They didn't mention it at all. Knife as well being bugged. Or make big encore 100%. That'd be wild. I'll just make it apply to Big Encore, because currently Big Encore has the problem that people complained about originally that prompted this change to begin with, in that there is no reason to farm on UVH1, UVH3, or UVH6. There's no difference. So if you apply this, even to a lesser extent, Too big encore. Rat says knife didn't reset trainer crit chance anymore. There's a chance it's fixed. Check if it stacks with itself. Because I don't think they fixed it, but what I think they have done is inadvertently fixed it, because before, how knife worked is it would replace some but stack with others. So, for example, glow up here, it would test it about AOs. So glow up here, crit knife would replace that. But if I had like an augment that gave me crit chance, it would add with it. So if something gave you true crits, it would add to it, and if it didn't give you true crits, it would replace it. But considering all forms of crit chance now give you true crits, crit knife should just add to everything. Without changing the crit knife, just by changing everything else. So they might have fixed the crit knife by changing everything else to work with it, basically. The only change left now is to see if it stacks with itself, which I could test that pretty quick, to be honest. Was the change to Prismatic Ichor anything good? Yes, it fixes the skill. If it works as red, it fixes the skill. So before, if it was on cooldown and you applied another dot, it would refresh the cooldown. So if you had like Spectres shooting, constantly refreshing the cooldown, it would never work. Whereas now, that shouldn't happen, and the cooldown should be able to completely deplete uninterrupted until it becomes available to use again. So, yeah, Ichor is now, should just work as written on card, and should just be an okay skill. So it wasn't all gloom this patch. It did a couple of good things. Fixing Ichor, potentially fixing Knife. Covenant that lot being true crits now is just a blessing for me. I'm so glad that that's happened. Yeah, let's go quickly test Knife. Eamon can make use. Eamon would make a very good use of Deadeye. That didn't look promising. Wardrops need some love? I don't think they do. I played this game earlier with level 12. This is a good time to come back and try it again. Last time playing was at launch. I mean, the level 12 onwards experience shouldn't have changed too much. It'll run a lot better. If that was your problem, it'll run a lot better. I think I've nearly doubled my FPS since launch at this stage. Not quite, but heading there. They've just kind of done a lot of like surface level fixes and stuff and just kind of like cleaned the game up a bit. Nothing too major has been done, just like a lot of performance stuff. They added a raid boss, but again, you know, you only made it to 12, so the presence of that hasn't really... could have been there at launch and you'd never have played it. The playthrough experience is relatively untouched.
Chaos in your face!
I'm gonna swindle you.
I don't think knives are stacking. I don't think knives are stacking.
You're dead to begin with.
Someone's ready for the big time.
Oh, they might be. Knives might be stacking.
Hug my hot hug.
Well, now something's weird's happening.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy.
I have no crit chance right now. I have 10% from that. It's not going away. Could just be dummies. It could just be dummies. It almost lines up with Coven. I almost want to say this is Coven. At this percentage, because it shouldn't have affected the other dummies. Unless they're like psychically linked.
Don't look now.
No, my crit chance is where it's 40%. It shouldn't be this high. Now it's back down. Now, okay, that's weird. Coleman, are you feeling alright? Did they nerf the bod? No. Bod's unlikely gonna get any, like, major nerf because they've yet to mention the sticky bug. Coven's on vacation? Well, no, it's overworking. It could actually just be down to what's for dinner, actually. That would probably be an explanation to what's going on here. Yeah, tragically, knives on dummies are a bit of an awkward test, but I'd like to think that it is functioning all properly, which is good. It looks right. Without, you know, getting out a pen and paper and starting noting things down and doing a proper scientific test. It looks right. The vibe test, it looks right. Using Splash Zone? Yeah, either that or a big wild horn. Sex! How are we feeling? Right, sex? Sex! I mean, if you ask the video game... Sex. We went back to Dead Zone Rogue. I looked at it, and whenever I look at that game, I just think, why wouldn't I play Dead Link? Which, no relation, I don't think. But Dead Link is another room-to-room roguelike shooter that is crazy. You're like grappling hooks and teleports and shit. It's great. Check it out. But fair enough, fair enough. Dead Link is fantastic. They all are. Fantastic music in Dead Link as well. Can we see numbers in photo mode? There's a button to turn numbers off, so I would hope so. Anyway, how are we all doing? Until the increase about 2% per UVH level for primaries, and then secondaries is a bit less, and then tertiaries is a bit less than that. That is what it seems like so far. Which is strange, because by UVH 8 and 9 and 10, primaries, and then eventually secondaries, will surpass... No, secondaries not quite, but primaries will surpass Big Encore. So they'll need to tweak that a little bit, eventually.
Thanks for stopping by.
PS5 doesn't have the filters? Oh no! Bro, stop breaking my ankles! Farming period. They're just scared of like the BL3. Drops. Which again, even in BL3, you couldn't actually realistically farm for perfect stuff. It's the in-depth part system. Did they make all trits crew trits? It seems so, which is in like, it seems to have just fixed everything crit-wise. It's just all working by the looks of things regarding crits, which is good. Most of the parts on the bottom purely cosmetic. Like visually, I believe it, but like, BOD was never a high variance weapon. I don't know, like, BOD was something that people latched onto, but it was never a high part variance weapon in terms of stats. It was never a high variance weapon. There are weapons in this game that far clear the variance on what the BOD throws at you. No, it isn't Denaz at all.
Next, I got the sale. For what ails you?
You strat on aim on his curse now because blackout only procs and direct hits and not splash. That's a bit fucked, is that? That's really fucked. Three weeks into your hunt for a perfect hot slugger. Just won't drop, you keep getting the bottom roll. Installing Deadlink. Oh, you just went straight ahead and did it. It might be quite tough on controller, because when I said it was crazy, I do mean it is crazy. It is very fast-paced. You already earned it? Oh, sick. Nice. If you already had it, then nice. It is very fast-paced as Deadlink. Well, from the gameplay I saw of Dead Zone, Deadlink is a lot faster. At least it was when I played it. So I'm not sure how it will be on controller. If you end up not liking it, I apologize. Have fun, gotta run. Aye, aye, 6. Thank you very much for the raid. Have a good one. And I'll need to check out Dead Zone. Right, how we all doing, everyone? Coming from 6's raid, if you are raiding and running.
Why don't you come on back real
Enjoy. Have a good day. If anyone's staying, we've looked at most things in the patch so far. The drop rates do seem significant, which is a good thing. Definitely assists. The Harlow changes are a whole realm of disappointing. They were not good. I mean, they were fine. It's just that they said that they're taking caution in the notes, which is really missed. Like, they're gonna cradle the mod, but they're terrified of Harlow. They're so scared.
Always appreciate
Anything regarding crit chance and crit damage just appears to be fixed now and work as intended. There's a lot of inconsistencies with critical hits in this video game. That all seems to now just be sorted, which is good. And the game's running nice. I am currently, for the first time, just casually playing this game without frame generation on. And it feels good. I imagine I might end up having to turn it back on once I'm in like the open world in a bit of a crazier environment. We'll see. Currently, it's running alright.
Dr. Z's Gore Emporium. I get blood on
What's the issue with Harlow's Blue Tree overall? Well, where to start? Weapon damage is a part of it. So, in Red Tree, you've got Neutron Capture. In Green Tree, you've got Always On Crit, Always On Amp. Blue Tree has nothing. You've got a couple of bonus elements in Triple Point and Freeze Frame, which are good, but they're very nothing. So your guns are a lot weaker. And to make up for that, you've got an action skill that's even weaker than guns. And also, doesn't do anything in boss fights. Even the new augment doesn't do anything in boss fights. Because it's on slam. On slam effects not triggering on immune is a bit of an issue. A change I would like to see is with cold storage, make it a double dip and have it work in boss fights. So you bubble the boss, obviously they don't get bubbled, but then you shoot them and work up to this maximum stored damage, and the moment you hit that maximum storage damage, bang, explosion. That's how that should work. Or remove the cap entirely. Or that. Molten Royal doesn't have a cap, so cold storage, no reason for it to have a cap as well. That would be a nice change. Also, this tree has 33 spendable skill points on action skill cooldown rate and duration. Why can we spend 33 skill points on that? Complete waste of time. Confirmative reality exists. Don't invest in cooldown. Confirmative reality exists. It's crit damage, reload speed, or gun damage to get here. So it's stuff you're gonna want anyway. So don't spec cooldown rate. Blue Tree now worse than Flak Purple. I wouldn't go that far because it, as Jack says, you can mob with this. It's just slow mobbing. Like I can mob with both cold storage and inertia and falling bodies. I bet falling bodies is actually quite fun now. You can do that. but it's not quite. It's not fast. Wait, they broke Firepot? Firepot stick is no longer getting gun stuff based on testing in Geth server. Why'd they break Firepot? CZ's looking at it, hasn't been tested. Okay. I'd be cursed if they broke Firepot for no reason. Cool if you jump in your own bubble and Grand Slam trigger the effects. Hey, that sounds a little too interactive if you ask me. Tank Buster equals Rainmaker. Okay. I thought it might. Odd name, though. My question is, how did they break it? Firepot wasn't even mentioned. Oh. Have they changed stickies at all? They made Firepot work with Tor Grenade Challenge. Oh no. Did they make it fully count as grenade and just remove gun?
Welcome to guess this stuff didn't do that much good.
That'd be so funny. Still stickies? I mean, it's still good, but... if it removes all the gun stuff, then that is a huge damage loss. Can you grab the Skillcraft Ord? Yes. Ooh, wait, I might have just gotten rid of it. Never mind, it's still here. You may join and grab it. Dedicate grenade builds should so be okay. Depends how much you relied on Firepot and how much you built into gun damage. So, okay. So before, Firepot, if you had 100% gun damage, you would get 100% damage, and then another 50% from Full Spectrum Arsenal. So, you would get 150% of all your gun damage bonuses into Firepot. This is potentially removing 2/3 of that. Which is, very big. Very, very big. Blockbuster? I mean, if Blockbuster is your grenade of choice, it won't be affected at all.
Why don't you come on back real soon?
Heard they buffed Cold Shoulder? Yeah, I do as well. It's one bit of concern that I've had with their wording on things, is they keep saying there's exciting guns to come. And it's just like, okay. What about the guns that you've already put into the game? Cold Shoulder, Roach, Sideshow, Vamoose. Well, Vamoose is okay. budget deity. TD or shotguns, as you mentioned.
Patch you up in no
Like, what about all of these guns, you know? I get there's a lot of exciting guns coming, but what about the guns that's already in the game? What about the Kaleidosword? The Kickball? Yeah, I'm throwing Kickballer under the bus. Fucking fight me. Most legendaries are kind of mid. I'm gonna be brave here. I'm gonna be brave. Not 100%, so like fucking... Don't yeet or scream at me. I created this. And I'm actually gonna move that up. Our tier list. So basically, in my eyes, this line here, everything below it needs help, and everything above is fine. So like, Bugbear, Divided Foes, Goremaster, Rucker, all this shit, this is fine. But Phantom Flame, Aeon's Dream, Ashes Rive, Budget Deity, Mad Lad, Lumberjack, Prince Harming, Onslaught, Kickballer, Potato Thrower, Rangefinder, First Impression, Hardpoint. I can maybe... No, until they fix handling, Hardpoint stays down here. Songbird, Vamoose, Zipper, Roach, Cold Shoulder, Forsaken Chaos, Husky Friend, Kaleidosplode, and Sideshow. All of those, I think, would need some help. Can I link this to you? I haven't published it yet. Everything above, I think, is fine, and doesn't really need a change. So, the majority of weapons, I think, are in a fine state. But these ones down here, which is still a fair amount, what is this, 10... 15, 16, 22. That's still quite a lot. Vamoose is probably the best one in here, but... Any grenade that's not a fish, that faff up Blockbuster. We need more effect grenades. You know, grenades that do effects, right? Because every single grenade in this game is damage. None of them are really utility outside of Crit Knife. And with Crit Knife being bought for a while, I have not had a grenade actually be impactful to my build. I just have ignored the slot, because where are a Mesmer? Like BL3 had a Mesmer. Mesmer was cool as fuck. Why can't we have grenades like that? Hex getting constant crits. Like, even if you're in a situation where Hex wasn't doing good damage, it was constantly critting enemies, providing on-crit effects. That's a cool grenade that's good for utility, and it was good for damage. But it was good for utility. There's no utility grenades in this game. CMT didn't offer much utility. It was basically like Moe's. And even then, it wasn't Moe's best grenade. It was just for that one thing. Where Cricket? I haven't put them all in yet. Rainmaker. I can go up there. Frangible. Did I miss Cricket? Ah, Cricket. Cricket goes in there. 23. Black Hole. Singularity in this game sucks, though. It's more of a hindrance. Singularity in 3 and 4 feel like a hindrance. It's not like BL2 Black Hole. That's a little thing that I made on where I think the state of the game is. And yes, that is Jolt's playing. But it also says 6 is still playing, and I don't think he is, so it is a bit delayed, this. The issue with singularities in this game is it tosses enemies around. It makes them fall on the floor, lifts them into the sky. Just annoying. It just makes enemies harder to hit. Whereas like BL2 singularities is like enemy here, now they're here. Very simple. How am I doing on Iridium? Okay. I haven't actually spent that much. The ragdoll floats are too much, made it for cloud control. Yeah, it's harder to hit the enemies. It just slows you down. BL 3 and 4 singularities are so good at making enemies hard to hit. I wish they applied to the player. Imagine you just toss a singularity like there, and he just flings you over to the side. Enemies just don't hit you. I'm caught out in the open, I've got no health, I need to get to the cover. Singularity down. Fucking yeet! Wow, a zipper upgrade. Does the updated UVH loot chance stack with Big Encore? No. Hi Zara, how we doing? Enjoying the patch? There's a lot of like kind of whys. And was this necessary? And like why did we do that? But also like the drop rates are good. Photo mode's finally here. We need poses. For the character. But beyond that, glad to finally have photo mode back. Building around the zipper and only zipper. So we'd want something for aggro relief. That could be the fabled trouble build. You miss emotes? I understand why they're not in the game because we just like run out of bullets, but at least in the photo mode. Seen the filters? I have. I do like the new this. I do like this. No purple though. Needs a purple.
Let me take that off your blood-soaked hands.
PS5 doesn't have filters and you said? Somebody in YouTube chat mentioned that they were on PS5 and they did have filters, so I don't know what's going on there, Reckless. He's gotten an ad for the company you already work for? Oh gosh. Yeah, PS5 does have filters. I don't know why you're not saying them, Reckless. We're getting a takedown? We are. Looks like around May, which will mean I have to choose between Horizon 6 and takedown. But it filters you have a film grain setting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have that.
sale, Baby Shield.
Pearls in a month, and hopefully they actually make big balance changes. Yeah, here's hoping that they're also just not scared of action skills, because they seem to be at the moment. So, initial discoveries that might not be 100% accurate, yet to be fully confirmed. The drop rate changes are, for primary drops, 2% per UVH, down to about 0.5% per UVH on quarter drops, but the quaternary drops aren't used, so the tertiary ones will be a bit higher than that. So between 0.5% and 2% per UVH level. And that is a flat additive on the previous one. So 3% for tertiaries, 6% for secondaries, and 9% for primaries. Per UVH, yes. So at UVH 6, that is 12%. That is over double. That takes you from 9 to 21 on primaries, which means like BOD is now 1 in 5. You know what I would like them to fix? Radiation. Radiation doesn't work still. What even is radiation in this game? Sad. They got rid of the satisfying sound, and visuals, and damage. They just kind of got rid of everything. Like, I know they wanted to reduce the screen pollution, but radiation explosions were the one screen pollution that we liked. Because they were really satisfying and they did big, like, cool sounds and stuff. And now we don't get anything.
No pulse, no problem. I'll patch you up.
Everything prior to Q4 and nothing after. Wondering if they're dropping the game. Well, they've never pre-announced anything in year 2. Like, Headhunters weren't announced to be a thing at the start of 2013. Same with the other stuff. That's just like all the post stuff. Like, that's never... They've never done that. Like, that's miles off. The second DLC and those later bounty packs are probably still very early / barely starting development. Like, that they just haven't gotten there. Like, that's way off. I think that's a silly thing to note, because we've never had a roadmap that far out. Anything that happens in year 2 is usually announced within year 2. Really appreciate me, because while every other streamer is acting like the sky is falling, I seem to be level-headed and fair. Ah, we're all gonna die! It's a video game!
They don't let me cut on folks no more. But what they don't know won't hurt.
Agreed, I just wish everything was a bit sped up. I do too, but I also don't want the developers to be put through crunch. Because fuck that. We don't want that.
Giving you a jump start.
Oh, new best vomit. There we go. Into the 7Ks on the vomit. How's 0 Point feeling? Basically exactly the same as before. It's just got inbuilt inertia now, and we have a new augment that's adjacent to cold storage in terms of power. Good at making things entangled though, which is something that Blue Tree so struggled with. That's literally all they did. Urchin is no longer proccing Tail of the Comet. Oh dear. I've not used your Urchin yet. It looks like a very cool grenade though. Have you heard for legendaries don't feel special? More comments? Surely that's not about to be a thing, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind if they absolutely gutted drop rates, right? But just also gutted stat variance in rolls? Like, yeah, it's a lot of returning to BL2, and really we should be going forward rather than backwards, but I don't like farming a weapon and getting it as a 2k DPS when it can be a 10k DPS with a bunch of extra perks on top. Like, it's too much. Legendary should be special in what they do and not how rare they are. Fantastic way of looking at it. Drop rates right now feel good. Good. Purple's outperform a lot of legendaries already. I don't think that's true at all, unless you're looking at underbarrels.
Welcome to quote-unquote Dr. Existence.
Oh, Under versus God Roll Legendary. Yeah, it's the gap is huge. I don't think it needs to be that high. Because beyond licensed parts, you've just got generic parts of the weapon, which don't need to have the stat variance that they do. Especially since they're literally hiding them from us now. In BL3 we had a tab which showed them all, we don't have that anymore. When you see the first build video revolving around a pearl and creating a wave of people thinking the drop rates of the pearls because they made a decision to build around a rare item build. Ooh, wait, what? And then creating a wave of people whining about the drop rates of pearls because they're trying to make a build based around it. Yeah, it'll happen. How do the drop rates feel? I've done most of my farming today on Big Encore, and the drop rates do not apply to Big Encore, but they're a lot better now. It's a comfy improvement. I wouldn't ask for anything more. I'd almost go as far as to say that they went a little bit too far, but like barely. It's for primary drops, it's 2% per UVH, so 12%. Starting at 9, it goes from 9 to 21, sorry, which is over double.
They don't let me cut on folks no more. But what they don't know.
This build needs Overshield and Watts. I mean, the thing is you cannot blame anyone for recommending AMP. Now, if they say that they need it to be an AMP Watts, that, I think, shows a misunderstanding on where the power is coming from. Because while AMP Watts is, of course, the best version of AMP for a lot of scenarios, AMP is AMP. It can be on a purple. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a double roll on a blue, even. AMP is so powerful, you're gonna want the best AMP shield you can get. But it doesn't matter if it's on a Watts or not. And anyone making builds in this game, AMP is just obviously the way to go, because it's a fresh mult of 150%. It's game-changing. You'd be silly not to. That's why whenever I'm doing a playthrough, I just keep the best AMP shield I find. Even if it's slightly underleveled, I just keep the best AMP shield I find, because it's that important. Guardian Angel is more impactful than Watts in my mind, because it allows you to get full uptime on AMP, even if your character doesn't really provide it, i.e. like Rafa and Amon. Like, Guardian Angel AMP is disgusting. But it gives you a lot of damage. You'd be silly not to.
Let me guess. This stuff fell off the back of my corpse.
I thought you said about would be 1 in 5 neutrons, would be more like 1 in 10. No, it's 9%. They increased it. Well, they said that they increased it from 3 to 9. They might not have. But if they did, and it's a primary drop now, 9% up to 21%. I need Vex Buster, Reapers, and Spectres. And you know what sucks about the changes today? Is while they technically have a little bit more damage, Reapers and Spectres are an action skill that really benefits from cooldown rate, which they nerfed today. They didn't mention anything about changing that. Yeah, so I would expect Wombo combo. A Neutron Capture is still a powerhouse combo. Are shiny drops affected? I really hope not.
They don't let me cut on folks no more.
Phosphine Pearls? I hope they do. I hope they do. I want a Phosphine Pearl farm. Farm. And I hope it's brutal. I hope it's miserable. It won't be a part of the challenge. It's okay. It's allowed. I want a Phosphine Pearl to be a real sign of, like, what the fuck. Like, if there's gonna be some truly, like, abhorrent farm, Shiny Pearls has gotta be it. Because if you've got the Shiny Pearl and people see that in your hand, like, whoa, this guy's either a cheater or they farm that.
For sale, baby shield, never worn.
Who do I want to drop the pearls? Loot enemies because I'm Satan. I think Bloom Reaper should have an increased chance to drop them, but still rare. But then they just get implemented into the world pool
No pull. Just remember, a life of caution's hard.
as an insanely low chance. Like, obscenely low. But then, hear me out, a slightly increased drop chance from the chests that are guarded. The guarded chests, you know, the one with the red chains around them, and you have to kill the enemies around to be able to open the chest. Slightly better from them. Now, anyone who's played Borderlands 1 might be thinking, hey, everything you just described sounds like Borderlands 1. And you'd be correct. That is exactly how Borderlands 1 did it. Cormorax, lance chests, and then like occasional like badass type. And it was just fine in Borderlands 1? Exactly.
Well, I got the sales for what ails.
One time, I got a butcher from a bone pile in Flamerock Refuge in Borderlands 2. It was during the hunt.
No pulse. No problem. I'll bet you.
Increased chance from Lemmy. I approve. Just be silly with it. I if they want to tie the increased drop chance from chests to ones in specific areas to be extra spicy, they could like, so like the chain chests, right? The one that you have to kill enemies to open. They could do it by region. So like, chain chest in the lob site has a chance to drop the pearlescent thingamajig. And then chain chests in Tonnage Peel have a chance to drop the thingamabob.
Remember, think about it. If my bets didn't work, someone would have stopped me by now.
I hope they have those names. I think those names are actually already used in this game for some of the trace contracts and stuff.
No pulse? No problem. I'll bet you up.
A butcher in this game wouldn't work, no. We already like Rainmaker is kind of it already, like, but butcher is yeah. I would like to I love my idea on bringing Bessie back. Give it like 20k base damage, but 0.4 fire rate, something like that. I want that as a gun. Skullmasher would surely return. Best I can do is generic Jacob Sniper that guarantees Daedalus shotgun on the barrel. Because remaking legendaries using the licensed part system is what we do in Borderlands 4. Lucian's flank, butchered. Rowan's charge, obliterated. Chaosan, barely recognize it. Skullmasher is next for the chopping block. Bring back Cobra. About that.
I got the sales for what ails you.
No further comment. Actually, no, that makes it sound like I know something that's coming. Cobra is not coming. Cobra is already in the game. Hey, hello. Shiny. Shiny zipper. Battle roller. Yeah, I think Carnage could work. That'd be cool. As far as like a big wombo or a rocket. Makes the same sound, like that pop sound.
Doctor, you and your wallet are welcome anytime.
Any of these weapons worth keeping? Rainbow Bullet is supposedly good. I've never liked it, personally, but a lot of people do. Firepot's, of course, Firepot. Zipper's a bit meh. Zipper needs some help.
I got to remember, mental health is also important.
We need some TPS guns and spells. Do we need to? I would overall prefer original ideas. Unless it's something that's like really iconic. Or just like interesting. But look, cannon. Yeah, look, cannon works, I guess. Oh! Choke me. Oh, look, cannon. Look, Cannon would go really hard on Rafa with Vitriol.
My diagnosis? You got a bad case.
Vitriol Look Cannon. Can we make Phrygia with license parts? Daedalus SMG with underbarrel Daedalus shotgun. Always rolls cryo.
Just remember, a life of caution's hardly.
A nerf slag gun, but only comes in legendary. If it's just like double-digit soup, I can agree with that. But the thing is you would see it all over the place. Like every boss melt, it would just be like firing that off. Hey, maxed out killer, very nice. Killer's a really good stat for this because it gets tripled thanks to fragmentation payload. Normally the critical hit damage on killer is doubled, but with fragmentation, if you're doing ordnance damage, it's tripled. So that's now 45%. So I'm getting 1.5% per point still, so... we shall continue investing. I mean, I Am a Gun exists. And technically might be better than self-defense. But... it's another 20 points to go that could go into, like, killer. Well, 10 of them would go into killer. 10 to get best defense. Can Root have Daedalus shotgun? Yes, and apparently it's very good. Let's see recursion return. Energy disc. Bring back EMP5. Very boring, but I agree. Bring back EMP5.
That wasn't so bad now, was it?
Imagine they just turn the Lucky 7 perk into, like, one of Cash's capstones. It does literally the exact same thing. Is the energy disc barrel underbarrel any good? Yeah. It's absurd. It's like one of the best dot application things in the game. And just in general mobbing, it's one of the best mobbers in the game if you can maintain it.
Next time you're bleeding out, remember the choices you made.
I need to save quit soon. Getting frame drops when it's trying to reload all the items that are on the floor. A quick look through thy loot. Does anybody use purple Jacobs assault rifles in, like, endgame? Oh, why'd that have to be sticky? Is it an underbarrel or... No, it's just sticky. I mean, I say that as if it's a disappointment. Okay, so, fun fact about this gun is it says 3% for each sticky, right? It's actually 16.67. Sorry. This gun will be a crime. Like, TK's Wave exists, so we don't need it, but... Ripper Jacobs, yeah, or a hand crank? You like it in, like, UVH 5, 6? Oh no, not the number. Why open the vendor after every reset? Yeah, it's to reset my cooldowns. Or my action skill? I mean, I can get it very quick after dropping it into the fight, but... it's less hassle to go into the vendor. I don't really think there's anything good here, is there? Beyond that shotgun. I mean, that shotgun's very good, but I don't need it. If I didn't have, like, a perfect Atlas TKs, then I would probably take that shotgun, but... Use a Daedalus Shotgun AR with Torque Impact Jacobs on UVH6. I mean, that just sounds fun.
Thank goodness. My pile of crap inventory.
But one gun that I love, it eats ammo, but it's this thing. It's a Jacobs Ricochet Vladoff Assault Rifle with Daedalus Shotgun. It's mean. It is a fun gun to use.
Running low.
Do you think they could drop a whole new manufacturing to the game as DLC? I think that would be very complicated for them to do. Unless they set it up kind of like Iridian weapons. Because, like, you're going to have to introduce new license parts that can then roll on every other balance in the game. And then it's got to be balanced for all of, like, the legendaries and stuff, and they got to pick, like, which legendary should be able to roll with it and which ones shouldn't, and... it'd be very difficult. They could do like Order and Vladoff, where they've got no license parts, but then they can get license parts from other manufacturers. They could do that. Again, I'm not sure it'd be worth it on their front. I think doing something more akin to like glitch weapons or gemstone weapons, where it's an extra modifier on weapons that already exist. I think that would be a direction that they would more realistically go down. Or potentially a whole new weapon type. But that might be just as much effort as a manufacturer, so... I miss the differentiation between pistols and revolvers. I know that's like a Borderlands 2 thing, but... one thing, sorry, not 2. I mean, 2 technically did have it, but it used the same ammo. A dual wielding weapon type? You see, that'd be cool. An entire weapon designed around dual wielding? That'd be cool as fuck.
I got the sale. Just remember, scavenge some gear, huh? You didn't happen to grab any parts, did you?
Guess I don't know my own strength.
Adding Piss Grenade back would be interesting. Crit Knife already does what Piss Knife does. Piss Grenade, we call it the Piss Knife sometimes. All it is 25% gear debuff, which in this game is soup. It already exists with knives. That said, there are some utility grenades that they could bring back, you know. Mesmer. I'd love to see Mesmer back. Just more utility in the grenade slot, because every grenade in this game is damage through one way or another. None of it's really utility outside of Crit Knife. And then people are surprised that everybody uses Crit Knife, or it's the only utility in the game. Isk.
Say welcome to quote-unquote Dr.
Oh, wait, with photo mode, I can do this. Look how big this gun is on Harlow. And then, if I aim down sights, oh, Gearbox, why? Okay, so this works in multiplayer, but not in photo mode. If you aim down sights with this gun, the actual exterior view of the 3D model changes. This arm moves over to cover your face. And then the scope goes into the middle. And you can actually see that happen in real time in multiplayer. Also, Vex, fuck. Harlow just waddling around with this thing, it just looks really funny. Four shinies today? If they buff shiny rates again, I'm not gonna be happy. TDO guns? TDO guns are huge.
When Dr. says Gore Emporium, I get
Go back to easy mode. So, easy mode's a bit boring to play. I'll just unspec all my skill points and just stop engaging with that part of the game. Is photo mode used for anything other than video thumbnails? Yes, taking pretty pictures. Which people legitimately do. People like taking screenshots. And then setting them as their Xbox background and stuff. It's good for testing, seeing damage numbers. Just creating screenshots. Like getting a screenshot without like all the HUD elements and stuff. Some people do photography in games as a hobby. Yeah, they absolutely do. They get a picture and then they like do some post-editing work on it and stuff to make it look really pretty. People do that. Use the Uko when the boss moves around a lot, is it just better at bossing? The Uko's just a great general use legendary that's just good in both mobbing and bossing. And this guy kind of works like a big mob, right? He's quite tricky to hit. If I wanted more damage, I'd use the Jet Setter, but I think he might be a bit too small and skittish to use the Jet Setter. So I just thought I'd use the Uko instead.
They don't let me cut on folks no more.
Is Harlow blue tree any good now? Not really. They didn't really change the blue tree. They just made it so inertia is built in. Also, that was the same DPS. Hang on. More crit, less... Sorry. Yeah, less crit, more accuracy. And it's gained a fragment of reload or fire rate. Sorry, lost a fragment of reload or fire rate. It's got knife launcher. 32k as well. Not terrible, but... Some games of contests and stuff. Yeah, Capcom are doing the same with some of their games as well. Is 1153. It's the highest one I've found so far. The 7.2 is the highest one I've come across, so... Could get higher. The part variance in this game, you could get hundreds of a weapon and not get, like, 4 damage parts. Lots of variance. You wish cards displayed the min-max. I'm not sure how it works in those games, but in this game, because parts are... They're not just like rolls that can roll up and down. It's actually a part system that creates the values that you get. So for example, on, say, this gun here, it's got Jacob's Ricochet. Well, Jacob's Ricochet is a barrel accessory. A weapon can only roll so many barrel accessories, and one of the barrel accessories that it's taken the place of is damage. So this weapon has now rolled lower damage because it has the Jacob's accessory. If it showed you the max damage that the Grouper Grap could roll, that damage would be impossible with the Jacob's Ricochet on it. On top of that, you've got like part sets as well. So say you've got like 2 scopes, and each scope has its own part accessories. So you can't like mix and match. You've got one scope that might have a damage and a stability scope accessories, and the other scope has 2 fire rate accessories. It is a very bizarre system, and there's a lot of like give and takes. So I imagine it'd be very difficult to implement a max and minimum roll system with it. Especially one that isn't misleading. Now, one thing that would help is if you inspected a weapon, if you had a tab that showed all of the active parts. That would at least give you some help and an understanding of how your weapon rolled. Like, I could go in and check this weapon. If I looked at grip and saw it was a stability grip, I would then know, oh, I'm missing out on some damage because my grip rolled stability instead of damage or fire rate. Same with the stock and stuff. I'd be able to see that. But they took that feature out of this game. Or rather, didn't port it over. Firmware can have a piece in your vault. What they should do is not have firmware take up in your vault at all. That you just dismantle it. And you know how if you hover over this, right? You get your ammo. They give you another node over here or something that you hover over, and it just lists all of your firmwares that you've dismantled. And then when you go to the firmware machine to put a firmware on something, you just pull from that list. And it's just like a currency for each one. So like I have 8 high cals, I have 3 dead eyes, I have something like that. Just not have it eat into your bank at all. Did Rainbow Robot get changed? I don't believe so, no. Yeah, I get it, Damien. This isn't a lot to do. Like, once you've kind of, like, leveled up your builds that you're interested in stuff.
That wasn't so bad
I was changing visuals. Ah, they might have done... Yeah, it might have... had a visual effects improvement or something.
Just welcome to quote-unquote Dr.
Look who's this shiny boy!
Slightly less damage, but slightly more reload. I think the damage here, it's not much. It's like the game is favoring the reload with the overall DPS. But I think if you increase your mag size at all, the one with more damage would get better. So I think after stats, the one in my hand is better. Are all Beam Tosser Stelliums good to have, or would you just be looking for Shock? Why would I only look for Shock? Shock is a pretty meh element. You get one of at least every primary element. Really surprised they didn't give it any bossing potential. Well, they said, right? They said that they wanted to have every action skill have pros and cons, right? But of course, this logic doesn't apply to guns. It's just currently there is like no pros to playthrough. Unless you do falling bodies, in which case you'll just never get shot at. And a beam tosser roll cryo, it can.
No pulse, no problem.
Has the highest dot. Dot doesn't matter with beam tosser. You're not using beam tosser for the dot, that's like an energy disk thing. You're using beam tosser because it fries things. And anyway, higher dot is useless if you're fighting flesh. You know, just the higher dot in Shock doesn't matter when it's got a 50% penalty to both duration and a damage mult versus the thing that you're hitting. So, like... Well, they might have gotten rid of that penalty, actually. In this game. But you're still going to get 50% damage to flesh and armor.
Think about it. Let me take that off your butt.
And the beam tosser itself is just a powerhouse. We don't use it for darts. Did they fix underbarrel damage not applying to Lucian's flank or Aegon's dream? They didn't mention that.
Thank goodness.
But what they might have done is prevented underbarrel damage from applying to any like spinny barrels. That needs testing. In fact, I might be able to test that now. So I think with underbarrels is they want it to apply to like proper underbarrels, you know, things that like do damage, and not to alt firing modes. And that's kind of what today's change targeted. Interesting battle. Like before, this Daedalus multi-ammo loader would have gotten the underbarrel bonus. Now it doesn't anymore. Looks like an Aegon's Dream on underbarrels? Well, they are up until today. This, on any other weapon, would count as underbarrel. It's the exact same wording, it's the exact same part. Extra barrel enables a secondary barrel increasing fire rate. On any other gun, that improves your damage by 50% if you're running the enhancement. It just didn't on the two legendaries.
Someone's ready for the big time!
Testing with a full build. I think that's still applying.
I'm tasting a new flavor, and it's you, mummy!
Yeah, it is still applying. Okay, still applying to that.
Hug my hot hug!
Did they get rid of second Mutiny phase on Bloom Reaper? No. Are you noticing the removal of a second phase on Bloom Reaper?
I know a snitch when I see one!
Why am I getting so much variance?
Give me
Okay, it doesn't seem to be working, so no, they did not change it. Addressed an instance of Bloom Reaper keeping the invincible health bar in the second phase. No, that's to do with like that's to do with crystals. Sometimes he'd be jumping around with like the crystals shit. Because it says keeping, not gaining. Still no performance improvements? I think they did some minor ones. The game's running really nice.
For sale, baby shield, never worn.
Oh no! I'm out of iridium! Rip. Oop. Back to the mines. Yeah. Yeah, for that character.
How I love thee! Chariot? I soar upon metal wings! These order soldiers may not bleed, but they break like
Right, what heavy weapons do I have? I have a rocket socket, I've got a honey bunches, I've got some hail spikes. And all the wrong elements though. That one might be alright. Try that one. Okay, the first one being immune to shock kind of sucks. You need to farm elemental disc jockeys? Oh, good luck. I've got in the zone here. Should probably go for best defense. Need more specializations for that. Oh, that zipper was quite high, 3.5. I'll keep that to compare it to my other one. Go gadget, kill spring. And in rage. Rage would be better. Not in a rush because of level cap? Yeah, level cap. It beckons. Yeah, this guy rolling immune to elements is... It's rough. They didn't mention when the level cap increase is coming. Of course not. They can't have people, like, not playing around it. You mad? Yeah, there was an awful lot of words to read. Yeah, they just said that it would be later on. Insane damage. It's one of the free features, i.e. you cannot opt into this. You are forced to do the level cap. You are forced to refarm.
Just throw that into your place.
What are these new Steam achievements about? You were the first person to mention new Steam achievements. None were added on my end. For BL4? Oh, I thought you were talking about BL3. The 3 new ones? No. I was 3 away and I am still 3 away. 32 out of 35. Is yours saying 35 out of 38? Yeah? Question mark? Buddy, where are you going? First order of a new farming is get Moxie to hit it up with a new shotgun.
Sweet, they don't let
A sweet embrace. Take it to Splash Zone and away you go. Is Cold Shoulder the only Moxie gun? No, you got Sweet Embrace as well. Sweet Embrace is rarer than Cold Shoulder. A winning, son? I'm getting a bit unlucky on the Rainbow Vomit shiny. Never got it. Yeah, it's rarer. What level do I figure more skill points would be a detriment? Beyond about 65.
Let me take that off your butt,
A big encore, Willem being immune to elements is... That's a thing. That's a whole ass thing that he does.
I'm sure I'll find it.
Let us see if there is any soul in that synthetic body.
Nobody's ever liked elemental immunities, you have to keep adding them back in. Yeah, randomly as well. It's not like he's always immune to cryo, and that's just like a thing that he does. He's randomly immune. He's immune to whatever element he's using? Yes. Yeah, of course. This is issues Spread Launcher does not have to deal with. Gonna wait on more stuff to be added to the game right now. Next month, we should have a second bounty pack. Legend of the Stone Demon. And pearls. Yeah, and then we've got the Mad Ella DLC in March as well.
Stop trying to make this unfair. Challenge me.
Legend of the Stone Demon sounds awesome. Yeah, I can't really think of anything that it's like taken from it. It's like a potentially an original idea or something like a Gargoyles. It sounds new for Borderlands at least. You know, like how Rush Save Mercenary Day was just kind of like stuff that we already had. We had a new Warden type in Screw. That was kind of it. God damn it. I see gargoyles in Wonderlands. It does seem like a very Wonderlandsy idea, doesn't it? You know how we had like Theodore, who would have been an amazing fight in Borderlands, but not so much Wonderlands? We're about to get a Wonderlands boss in Borderlands. The wrong way around, guys. This guy, stop shifting so much. Wonderlands bosses are revealed for the Bolt bosses. I'm gonna be honest, Radix and Origo don't sound very fun to fight in Wonderlands. Like, their models alone don't lend themselves well to melee.
If you get close to me, you will just die. May you be forgiven.
Because I mean, it seems very annoying. Good thing is either Blackout or Comet doing work. Yeah. Fortunately, it was just a bit too much when doing like a skill-based build. When you had Raging Inferno, you only had fire, so it was just like. Just complete stonewalled. See the resemblance of Bark and Inceptus? Ah yes. Green and mobile. Basically the same thing.
No, you and your wallet are welcome.
I killed your timekeeper, and I will kill you.
Wait, did I not get the thing back in time? The hell? Will be mad as fuck with the update. He feels a step in the right direction. It certainly is. A step is all that it is, but it certainly is. Yeah, I haven't looked at like the discourse and stuff around how other people have taken this update. I've just been playing. I'm disappointed that that's all we got for Harlow though. Like, they're being so cautious with Blue Tree Harlow, and it's like, you're gonna cradle mod, but be this cautious about providing power to Blue Tree Harlow? Why? Fucking get it through door. I think they're afraid of ties that bind. Blue Tree is the worst tree at entangling. Entangling already exists in both red and green tree. How can they be?
If you've got skin, I'll help you some.
I know your weakness. Yeah.
Shit.
I killed your timekeeper, and I will kill you too.
Kind of weird that people are a few months expecting a DLC so soon. It depends what games you come from. It is like weird. Like they've kind of put something out every single month. Not many games get that. A lot of games, they'll put the game out, they'll do some minor updates for a bit, and then you won't get a big DLC until like 1 year or 18 months later. Granted, you'd get something really big, but... How drop rates feel? I'm doing big Encore Garwood, so I'm not really experimenting with them. The brief test I did earlier, they felt fine, and from the numbers that I've heard, they seem okay. Maybe a bit excessive on the primary end, since by UVH 10 they should be surpassing Big Encore. So maybe a tweak needs to be done there.
Remember, mental health is also...
I know your weakness.
Both the drop rates per UVH. How high do you expect UVHs to go? 10 is confirmed. Not officially. 10 is what's listed in like the code, like up to 10. And 10 just kind of makes sense. Start at 5, you add more in post, end at 10. So that just kind of makes sense. And we talk about 3 new achievements? Oh, it's just not updated on my end then. It's probably in preparation for the March DLC of those achievements. If I were to guess.
No one's gonna come looking for this, right?
Yeah, what Paul said, if this game had more time to cook, we'd still have a lot of the complaints. Obviously, more time to cook wouldn't be a bad thing, because it would have helped with, like, performance and stuff, but, like, no takedown, they thought that what they had would have been a fine replacement, but it wasn't. So they needed to get told that, say, hey, wildcards are not takedowns. Was a big miss. Yeah, just nothing. There's no activities. There's lots to do in the game, but they're like kind of one and dones. There's no actual like activities to be doing. Makes sense why they would think that. They said that. That's the crazy thing. They said that. It's just like, that's a complete miss as to why takedowns was popular. Like, they don't understand why we like takedowns. It's high octane. You know what wildcards are not? They're just not octane. They're just not. Achievement 36, 37, 38. Yeah, they'll be placeholder. They'll be for the, That'll be for the March DLC. Strange that they went out public. You would have thought they'd have been able to be, like, privated until they, you know, are needed. You would think Steam would have, like, an option for, like, some back-end storing of achievements. to wait until going live instead of just going live. They are on Steam? Yeah. Steam thing. Fuck! That actually worked out. Oh, teleporting around. It was such a hassle to farm. Your teleporting, invisibility, and immune. Drop the gun! Not that one. Adding mission replay in the same game to get rid of mission uniques is crazy. Adding a way to save quit with a party, and then adding a way to farm with a party without save quitting. There's a lot of instances of that happening in this game, where they implement a fix to a problem and then remove the problem. Now, granted, Encore, fantastic. Would rather have that than save quit with party, but we've got both. Shiny drop rates seem to increase with UVH levels. I wonder by how much. Do we have a number on that one? Because yeah, Chrome was saying he was getting a ton of shinies. Which they already increased shinies like a month ago. Why did they do it again? Stop increasing shiny chances. .1 per level? That's so much! What the fuck? Wait, no, that can't be right. Because that's higher than Big Encore. Wait, that's legit. That's actually higher than Big Encore because it's 0.3 plus 0.1 per level. That takes you to 0.9. Big Encore is 0.7. That can't be right. Or it applies to Big Encore as well. Well, also, why did you rush forward last second there? Yeah, I'm gonna wait till proper confirmation on that one, Zoya, but like, that's insane if that's correct.
Next time you're bleeding out, remember the choices you made.
I would test your metal.
Yeah, I've got about 15 more minutes of me farming this in me, and then I'm gonna get some food and then look into that, because,
Just throw that in your place.
that's mad. We could farm it on non-big encore for a little bit, see how it goes.
Didn't happen to grab any parts, did you?
Immediate double drop, that's funny. Oops. I activated big encore by accident. Autopilot. That's the wrong heavy weapon. By farming a shiny rainbow vomit.
Sweet, thank goodness.
Rainbow vomit. And says no UVH big encore farming for shinies versus UVH 6 regular. Well, yeah.
Having some gear, huh? You didn't happen to grab any.
Let us see if there is any soul. Hell yeah. Defeat, you silly bastard!
I hate this guy's movement. Yeah, since I already have like pretty much god rolls. With both the weapons, I don't mind doing this in non-big encore. Ten, 15 minutes. Just to see if it drops. Double legendary. Oh, dropped you 4 Rainbow Vomits in a row and have all had the spread launch under barrel. What the fuck is happening? So the 3% pool is 1% per level, so that goes from 3 to 9. Okay, that's cozy. 6 is 1.5 per level. Okay, so that's 12. No, 15. 15%. And then 9 is 2.5 per 2% per level, so that takes it to 21. So 9, 15, 21. Alright. And if shiny really is 0.1 per level, then yeah, the normal is better than Big Encore. Which is cursed.
You and your wallet are welcome.
I better hear on YouTube. It's the same settings going to both ways, so that'll be on the platform. I'm surprised all these projectiles and stuff, so I'd expect all these projectiles and stuff would be like frying the bitrate. Yeah, I think that's quite excessive.
No one's gonna come looking for this.
But hey, I shan't complain. Hey dudes, how's the update? Well. For the most part, the drop rate changes are good. Photo mode's good, because it's photo mode. We do it with like poses and stuff though. The Harlow changes are a big disappointment. I mean, the changes that they've done are fine, but that's all they are. And it's less so changes and more so change the singular. They fixed the shiny challenge. Well, unfortunately, the first fix never actually went through. The second one did, though. So, you know, halfway there. They just need to go back and refix the first change. Because, am I understanding correctly that the only thing stopping us from completing the challenge are the Moxie drops and the Twitch drops? 4 weapons. Still the same though. It went down for me. So, launch, 69. Then they did the fix to remove the Moxie weapons. But it stayed 69. Now, at least when checking earlier today, it was 67. Yeah, 67. It's gone down by 2. I'm still missing a bunch. Now it's 67. Well, it was 69 earlier today, so... That's strange. What are you at 65 out of 67 or 63 out of 67? What weapon am I using? This is a hail spike. Go for the boxes. Well, does the challenge? What does the challenge say? Does it say out of 67? Okay, it only says mixing 2, which means the challenge should work the moment you get those last 2. Which I know you can't, but it has removed them from the challenge. Because that's the important bit. Because that's the bit that's, you know, gives you the reward. Right, yeah, so it has worked. Halfly. It's a good Buzzy Muzz. They said the phosphine drops will be increased in the next update, not this one. Well, they got increased in this update, and I don't know why. No, is anybody asking for phosphine drop increases? Because I all I've seen is people telling them to stop increasing them. Stop making them more common. It's a cosmetic rare chase. It's okay. Oh, my mouse died. Well, with that, I'm gonna call it there. Well, that's been a patch of all time. One of the patches of all time. I don't know if you still hear me. I hope you can. Where's this cable? There it is. Is that it? That doesn't seem... Oh. Got it. 8 hours to get phosphine mod? Yeah, sometimes they take a second. Sometimes they take a second. There we go. That's for a unique shiny pillow, like a unique skin. That's quite a bit of work for the developers. Maybe not. Right, yeah, so... tomorrow, I'll be live. It'll probably be back on One Life tomorrow. We've got the Gauntlet of Wildcard missions, and then we'll be UVH 5, and then it'll just be getting to level 50 and prepping for Bloom Reaper. And hopefully we don't fuck it. Oh, the Apple channel mascot. All the emotes and stuff. Has the drop rate's been data mined yet? So yeah, it's supposedly 0.1% per level for shinies, which is busted, by the way, because that makes non-Big Encore better than Big Encore, so we'll have to double check that one. Then it's 1% per level on the 3% pool to go from 6 to 9. And then it's 1.5% per UVH level on the 6% pool to go from 6 to 15. And then it's 2% per level on the 9% drops to go from 9 to 21. 21%. In a couple more UVHs, that'll surpass Big Encore. So, big changes. The drop rates definitely got buffed. They got buffed. Yeah. So yeah, with that, thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Yeah, and I'll catch you tomorrow for some more One Life. Have a good one. Bye bye.